fantastic. Unfortunately, why does my lips always feel so dry despite the shit ton of water I drink? Oh, I didn't shave today. A little fuzz growing there. Forgot to shave today. I was doing laundry, so don't mind me. But how are you guys doing? What's going on? Oh, I need to update the title actually. Let's see. We're in the capital. Lost in the capital. Hey, there we go. The camera a little bit blurry. Like camera just a smidge. Alright. I want to give a shout out to Hitsu who joined and watched Make Me Prime Minister the Channel 4 program. Much love. Well, I am more than happy to have joined. It was fun. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a blast. Personally, but that's... Is this Greenbird? No, this is blue. But this isn't blue! Is this a remix? This might be a remix. How are the workouts going? Workout today was fun. This is a remix. But let me switch to game scene and just launch the game, and we can keep chatting. I'll pause that because we're going to game music. Also, maybe I should move my chat over there so I can read it because my camera actually blocks the chat. But I like chat being over here though, unless I did that. But how are you, Plague Lord Nurgle? How are the workouts going? Also, hello, Lulu. Long time no chatty. Long time no chat. Oh, now it works. Don't worry, there are 5 more episodes. I'm not worried. I am looking forward to them, so let me know when the time comes, and I will be very happy to join them and watch some Make Me Prime Minister. It's barely been a week. Considering how often I stream, same thing. But how my workout's been going? It's been going today. I worked out for a bit, felt tired, sweated a lot, and came home, ate. Nothing too bad. Nothing out of the ordinary today, I would say. But it was... Oh, that was a weird jump. It was a good workout. Tomorrow, I'm gonna do full body and probably a little bit of cardio. And that one might kick my ass. Because cardio is what always kicks my ass. Which reminds me, where's my inhaler? Oh, it's in the car. It's in the car, that's fine. What did I eat? Rice and chicken. Go to the respec lady and change your character into Giga Chad? I could. I could. But this is a Hitsugi playthrough, technically. For anyone who remembers who Hitsugi is. I could make them look more like Hitsugi than whatever she looks like right now. This character. Well, technically Hitsugi is a magician. Get my inhaler out of the car. I mean, I only need it when I exercise, so it's fine if it's in the car. I have exercise-induced asthma. So that kicks my ass a lot. And I gotta be a bit careful with it. It doesn't cause me like harm or anything. It's just I get this annoying cough that lingers for fucking ever if I don't use my inhaler after I'm done working out. Especially if it's like a lot of cardio. If it's a lot of cardio that day and I don't use my inhaler, I'll be coughing like small coughs throughout the day. Or when I get really sick, I have these annoying coughs that last forever. It's like a lingering cough that's just super persistent. Kind of annoying. But it is what it is. But there's a butt coming here, and I don't remember why I said there's a butt coming. What do I want to say? What do I want to say? Why don't I remember? I'm blanking out. Hitsuga Chad. Dark. Hitsuga. Oh my god, you guys are ridiculous. But no, yeah, I have exercise-induced asthma, so I just, whenever it's cardio time, I have a harder time breathing than usual, which makes sense because it's cardio, but like it actually affects me a bit more. I'm pretty sure if I keep at it, I get to a point where it doesn't affect me like really much, but I have to stay consistently active. If I'm even like inactive for like 2 weeks, next time I work out, I'll feel the asthma when I work out again, or I get sick. Either or. So it's actually good for me to stay active, but I need to do a lot of cardio, which honestly I kind of fucking hate. Cardio. What's everyone doing, by the way? It's Thursday today, right? You guys having a good Thursday? Nobody likes cardio. The only people who like cardio are actually masochists. I believe that. They're like, man, I hate this shit. Then all of a sudden they're like, wait a minute. I kind of like this shit. Masochist. Do you attack me now? You like cardio? Oh, you're a masochist, guard. Don't lie to me. You like it. You're the kind of person that likes those strong, muscly folks that will just step on you. I know, Garu. I know. My workout was walking 10,691. 91? Should have stopped at 690. Listening to Great Gatsby, an audiobook. It was nice. Saw some animals, a cat who rejected my pets, a rat outside the local shop, and a fox who sneaked into an alley, and a dog who ran out of the house and started barking at me. Barked back at it. How dare they? I swear my brain is meme mush when I can't unsee a car. Dio, when I hear the word cardio. It's a car. Dio! That's a... I like stair cardio. I mean, that one's a good one. It's not as bad. I'm talking about like proper running. That shit sucks. I wonder what's down there. Should I try? Jumping to my doom. I like the music here. So where we are in the game right now, we just killed the draconic sentinel tree. Oh shit! We're getting visited. That's where we are in the game.
Most thanks for bringing me to the base of the Erd Tree. Here, I can govern my own movement, and thus, the accord is fulfilled. I shall depart to ascertain the purpose I was given.
Okay.
Farewell. I shall leave Torrent, and the power to turn runes into strength. Here, with you, I wish you luck in realizing your ambition. You
Why's she
have
leaving
fought
me?
long and hard. I have no doubt you will become
Oh.
Elden Lord.
Shucks. I mean, if you feel that way, you don't have to leave. She's gone. I have no sacred tears. How the fuck do I get sacred tears? I like stair cardias. I live in a middle-class neighborhood. I'm not barking at a dog, but I saw the male version of Suki on the walk the other day. Oh, that's cute, though. Me and my friends just go ham with it. We do like 30 to 40 minutes of stair climbing at a brisk pace. I mean, if the most important thing about cardio, like, obviously you can do a lot of cardio in any way. Like, you can do very light cardio and just do it for a long period of time. That'll do a lot for you, right? But if you're gonna do cardio, you just gotta commit. If you're running, you gotta commit. You can't half-ass that shit. It'll suck, but when you half-ass that shit, your body doesn't benefit as much as you could if you just fucking commit it. Cardio beat, yeah, cardio beat. I remember cardio beat. Man, I'm maidenless once again. God damn it. There was outside our local Tesco shop. Fucking, I don't know why I read Tesco and I saw taco. God damn it. I guess Walmart equivalent, they have a rat problem for donkey years. For donkey's years? That does play a big part, but for sure it does. I have no doubt about that at all. Behold, Elden Ring! Hey, that's kind of a really cool sight, actually. Locked. Yep. Or it doesn't open from that side. Can I just pull? They're not gonna attack. I'm not gonna attack them. That person is attacking. I'm a pacifist. I only attack those who attack me first. Like that! How dare you attack me first? I saw it first. You cannot lie to me. You guys all saw it first. They attacked me first, so now they all die. Yep. That's me. Fair old Hitsu. I'm nice. I'm a nice guy. Ooh. Not ready to fight, bro. I really was not ready to fight there. I'm going here real quick. A fair maiden? Rip Snowman? Farewell? Am I still in range of this guy to attack me? It's such a neat little, like, spot. The plants and trees growing here. Kind of cool. I kind of dig it. There's something there. Yeah, lots of doots. Interesting. Cave moss. Let's see. Got him with our patient attack. That's it. So he's gonna turn around and like fuck me up or something. Well, that was awfully uneventful. I was hoping for more. What's that over there? That's a body. You guys won't attack, right? Interesting. He was just chilling. The guy on the ground? Yeah, I felt bad. He was in the way of my swing, so he got what he deserved. There's a lot of people playing instruments here. Yo, that's a Sekiro character. You guys remember him? I really don't want to attack them. As long as they don't attack, I want to be peaceful. Pacifist run. This is my pacifist run right now. You guys know what I mean? I'm all about that pacifism. I'm like, those dickheads. Ugh. They wouldn't get it. Oh. Doing a cool chest. I'm really just running around. Like, I don't know where anything is. What's this? I'm going down. Wait, so everyone that's in this chat right now, you guys have all played this, basically, haven't you? No, you haven't? No, fair enough. I bought this when I had money. Now I'm at a point in my life where I don't have money. Such be the turn of events in life. Oh, you got a 1050 Ti? That's dope. I am... Ooh! A black bow. So there's a lot of stuff up there. It seems like I can... get still. There's stuff to explore up there. But I kind of want to find a bonfire first. If that makes sense. Oh, that's an item. But I feel like that's death. I feel like that leads to my death. Hello, Pyron. What's up? Hello, Mel. Oh. Not in the mood. Well, he's not even a boss anymore. He's just a regular NPC. Does that mean he respawns now? Hey, what's up, Aaron? How are you all? Big chilling. Big chilling. I am big chilling. I'm just trying to figure out where I am. Or where I should go next. Or also, I'm also looking for a bonfire. I do no damage. Got him. Oh, I saw the post you posted in the Discord, Mel. Oh fuck! What is that? These shits. And I think it's pretty shitty that the voice actors only got paid $300 for voice acting in a movie that made millions. That's crazy. What's up, Brit? Britlou? How are you? Fuck am I? Where the fuck am I? Oh, I see where the traps are. I'm gonna run this way now. Oh shit, men as well. Hello. How are you guys? Minton. What a name. Is there a hidden wall here? Wait, I'm low HP. Since when? I'll take that. I don't know how the fucking hitbox was there, but I'll take it. I'll take that. That's a dub for me. The Jujutsu Kaisen movie? I haven't seen the new movie yet. I want to, but I haven't yet. Nani? Am I dead? Fan daggers. Urge steel dagger. Holy proof dried liver. Nice. How is the movie? What would you rate it? Because I loved the show itself. It's been a while since I've seen it. I don't remember the details too much. I just remember enjoying it a lot. Dude, we're underneath a giant dragon. I keep forgetting that. This is also a very dead, broken down city. People got fucked too. Animation is top tier. I believe it. I have full faith. I have full faith. I never doubted it. Who was up there? Where to get up there? Ned. I'm trying to see what I saw earlier about it. I could have sworn I saw something earlier. I really want to find a bonfire. I haven't found one yet. I'm so worried. I could have died there for sure. I could have died there for sure. That I could have died. I don't know how I didn't die, but I should have died. I have not seen the Cyberpunk anime yet. I kind of want to, but I haven't. Is it good? And I have yet to play the game. That's part of the reason why I haven't like committed to watching it. I haven't seen the game. I haven't played the game yet. Pickled turtle neck. We can walk by it and it won't notice me. Don't mind me. Really don't mind me. Okay. Because I do want to fight it eventually, but I want to find a bonfire first before I fight it. Or they're not even called bonfires, they're called grace in this game. Either way, it's awesome. So it's still worth a watch even if you haven't played the games. How are there no enemies here? I see red bloodstains here, but I don't see any enemies. That's cause for concern. People have died here, and I don't know how. Wait, have I been here? Oh, I have been here. Full circle. Okay. So I can be a little more carefree with my pathing. See him up there. When will he go down? Hold up. He wants to play this game, we'll play this game with him. Close. There we go. There we go. If you played the game, you'll understand what's happening in the anime better, but now after the last update, there are references to anime in the game. Oh wait, the game updated itself. Really? That's really cool, actually. You don't really see that often, where the game itself will update and be like, I like that. That's cool. Out of range, huh? Oh my fuck, that scared the fuck out of me. You know what? I don't use my daggers enough. So I'm gonna use my daggers enough. Get cheesed, you fucking filthy hand. Adam's family looking ass. Get cheesed. Fuck that. I'm not playing that game. Lost Ashes of War. Yeah, I started another replay and I'm using the jacket. The main character has an enemy and a shotgun. One of the side characters. Guess they're found now. Yeah, they fucked around and they found out. That'll teach them. Dickheads. I want to play the Cyberpunk game eventually, but there's so many things that honestly, I just need to get back to streaming more. There's a lot of games I want to play, but I can't really feel comfortable playing them if I'm not streaming them, at least, because I get to experience it in that regard as well. Hanging out with everyone, which is a really cool experience in my opinion. It's just, I really need to, yeah, there's Yakuza, there's fucking Persona 5 Royale. So many different things that I have to take into consideration. We go this way now, I suppose? It is a very long game. It took me forever to play through Persona 5. So I kind of don't want to. I kind of just want to, like, watch what happens for, like, the last 10 hours. What changes. I just want to watch a video of, like, all the differences and changes. Alright. This one might kill me because I don't know what the fuck is going on. Definitely heard something moving. I try to be Nintendo Switch exclusive. I don't really buy games because it's too much money. What is forever for you guys? When I played through Persona 5 on stream, I think it took me about 3 months of constant playing just to get through it. More or less. So it does take me forever. Can I cheese this guy? Can I lock onto him, please? That's literally what I wanted to avoid. Fuck. I spawned all the way over here. Oh, that's cringe. All I wanted to do was just find a bonfire. That's all I wanted to do. Alright, I'm gonna run by all of you now. If I fucking die. Swear to God. Oh, you dickhead. Sorry, random guy. You keep forgetting not to die? Yeah, I know. I'm 2 deaths away from elite. My title technically has the elite already, but I figure that's because I'll probably get enough deaths where it will be elite. I had a playthrough of Pathfinder WOTR that lasted 150 hours, and I was amazed about how much content there was. That sounds super firm. I mean, I don't mind a lot of content. I think a lot of content is fun, but there's a difference in content when you also have to, like, stream it as well. Seedbed curse? Because when you stream the content, you have to, like, spend time talking to chat or rereading things to make sure you're following with everything that's going on. And I can tell you that I am a very bad Desu at that. You're not dead? Now a 0 death run, no more from here on out, or you have to start over? It's already a 0 death run. I've never died in this game. As you can tell, they're all scripted deaths. It takes too long to clear them, like 4 hours of crawling. Oh, the game? Yeah. I don't trust anyone. I need to somehow make it out of this alive. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Wait. I need to get my stream deck working again so I can push the buttons for the fucky stuff. Shit was funny. I loved it. I thought it was hilarious. Moonville is quite enjoyable. I do like. It works. This music's kind of nice. I don't want to fight him. But it's so optimal. He'll come back. Also such a spook. Yeah, that made me jump a little bit. Not gonna lie. Oh, it's just an alternative path. Of course it was. How silly of me to assume otherwise. I mean, if it's alternate paths, let's alternate path it up until we get back to where we were, where I lost my souls. Oh, fuck. Fuck! That was 41,000 souls! God damn it, that was a level up. God fucking damn it. I totally had it. New game, new me, I guess. Oh, what the fuck? Alright, we take those. I don't know where exactly that leads. Person who dies, that's because you attacked them instead of offering gentle pat. You're right. I did. That's on me. Bro, he's spacing me. He's playing Tekken on me. How fucking nuts. Smoldering butterfly. Oh, did I lock onto him again? From out of the area? Ooh. What's this? Or first of all, what's this? Oh, fuck. Fuck me. Oh, man. Damn. Damn. Scared the hell out of me, that one. Almost an elite. Derriere. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of cool spots tucked away in this area. But I still feel like a blind bat. Because I don't know where the fuck anything is. Man, I lost my souls! I'm tilted. God damn it. Oh, I'm fucked here regardless. God damn, that hurt. Okay. I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll take that. Little night gauntlet. If you want to seek progress, if you want to progress, seek up. If you want to explore, seek down. I'm never against exploring. Exploring's cool. Bloody done. Imp head corpse? Wait, what? That's not what an imp looks like. Wait, what? Why does that look so different compared to normal? I feel like I'm about to get like jump scared by something here. Seems so ripe and ready for the taken. A jump scare at any moment to make me literally piss myself. I feel it. Can I open this? This is new. They don't look that strong. Or they look squishy is what I was trying to say. I'm sure they actually are strong. The branches made me like jump for a little bit there. Fucking wolfy boy. The way the dogs attack, I just get fucked up sometimes. I'll take that. That felt kind of clean. That felt kind of clean. Is that all of them? Surely there's more. I refuse to believe that's all of them. There's probably like some like mini person here. I don't need souls anyways, honestly. I don't know. Me getting runes? What for? I got my moonlight blade. Don't need it. Totally don't need it. There we are. 13337. Did I ever tell you what the definition of insanity is? I don't know. Probably some crazy shit. Probably some crazy shit. That is crazy. That sounds pretty crazy. All right. Fuckhead. Fuck. Fuck. Just the fuck. Hello, Nolik. I see an item on that roof. I want it. Oh, I don't have any souls anyways. I want to try something. We're dying anyways. YOLO. Did I mess up? How's it going? It's going. We're just exploring the capital area right now. Unsure what's going on, but we're exploring. We're figuring out some things, I guess. Oh fuck me! I landed on someone. You know, if this is Sekiro, it would count. Is that why? Is that where I'm getting this from? Am I getting this from Sekiro? Where if you jump attack and you land on someone, you don't die? Wasn't that also a Dark Souls thing? But it has to be a critical, right? It has to be like a proper critical in Dark Souls. Which none of these guys will actually offer me. That's crazy. That was the way I was supposed to go the entire time. Actually insane. Yeah, also, how are you doing, Nolik? Sorry. Welcome to the stream. Long time no chat. It's been like, you know, exactly the amount of minutes it's been since I last talked to you. It's been a while. How have you been? Taking care of yourself? Taking care of yourself, I hope? Take those old Fang. It doesn't have the sticky. Why can't I use it? Why can't I open it, I mean? The fuck is that? fuck you. How's everyone doing? You guys want to have a random movie night this weekend? Who wants one? Random movie night. Maybe we can make it an anime movie night, because there's a couple anime movies I haven't seen yet. Who's down? Well, that's odd. Or that's different. Ugh. Also, this is kind of random, but I realized I had a Humble Bundle subscription for a while now, and I have stopped using Humble Bundle for a long time now. So I had this realization that I could probably just give away random keys for free and be like, hey guys, for this stream we're giving away Yakuza or something. Because I've been subbed for like 2 years and I meant to cancel at the start of COVID. So I realized I had a lot of fucking games. Totally can't, like, I'm never gonna use most of the keys. I was thinking about it. It's like, fuck it, I can probably just give it to the homies. Was my realization. Is this the way I want to go? What even is this way? You just stab me, bitch, here. Wow. Yeah, they're my keys, but like, I'm never gonna use them though. Holy shit. But I just thought it'd be a good way to get rid of the keys. And then if I catch anything that's interesting, people can be like, oh wait, no, this game is actually interesting. And I can be like, oh really? Bet. Yoink. I'm playing it now. Cause I've been so out of it the past few years that a lot of things have come out that I realized are good, but I just haven't played. Yeah, I can do whatever I want with them. I get that. That's cool. Cool looking dragon. Yeah, you guys are down for anime night this weekend, maybe? It's a maybe because I'm not really sure yet. But it could be fun though, because there's like this one movie I saw called Bubbles that looked really interesting to me, that I kind of wanted to try watching. Just movies, not necessarily. Maybe we could even watch the Cyberpunk one, since apparently that's fire. We could all watch a Cyberpunk one together. I think it's what, 12 episodes? That's not much. Yeah, I never tipped the street musicians. Fuck them. Disgusting. Yeah, there's like random movies that came out that looked really good, and I had no idea what they do. There's one I saw recently on Twitter of this anime that looks also really fucking good, but then the character gets turned into a fucking chair, and I was like, what? That's not out yet, but I saw that and that kind of made me, it caught my interest, to say the least. So I kind of want to watch that one too. Fuck, dude. Where the fuck is the bonfire, man? What the fuck? I can't backstab him? I knew it was gonna be tough, but I couldn't even backstab him. Did I? Oh my god. I just want to find the bonfire. A grace. A grace. This place is so cool looking. Hop. Hop. Oh. My frames lag. I get like some frame spikes there. Or frame drops rather. But not spikes. I get some frame drops there. No fire allowed near the Earth Tree. That's actual lore. Fuck the lore. Where's my damn bonfire? There's fire right here. That's bullshit. What's this place? Oh, is this a multi-layered elevator? There's a thing on the bottom there. Okay, never mind. That's surely death. Surely that's how I die. I'm known for dying quite easily, so I can kind of tell. That's a place where people die. Oh, that was cool. That was really fucking cool, that attack. He was getting up. I wasn't letting him. We're not about that life. Gets a good tension. Yeah, I know. It's so cool. Wanted to damage test it real quick there. The charge. Man, I suck. I thought the range on the one thing was longer. Well, it's not as long as I thought it was. That's the first time I used the second time I used the other attack instead of the Getsuga Tensho one. I used the horizontal one. The horizontal one has less range. Yeah. I realized. I realized right there. Wee. Wee. Hop. 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 Could be a charge thing? It might be. I have no idea. I didn't charge it, to be fair. But I don't think you can charge it. If it's a R1 attack. I think I can walk by this dickhead. I mean thee no harm. I'm just looking for a grace. Your grace. Where does this take me? Oh, this is taking me back to the start, maybe. Of that bonfire. So I can finally cut some fucking distance. Please tell me. That is indeed the case. Bless. Ah! I'm looking. I'm looking for the grace. I'm looking for the grace. So I'll find it eventually, I'm sure. But considering I just got a shortcut, that's better than nothing. I guess. I really want to backstab you. I don't know if last time was a fluke or not. It wasn't a fucking fluke. I can't fucking backstab you. Was I abusing hitboxes just now? I mean, I might have been. Did he eventually fuck me up for it? Yeah, but did I get a lot of damage on him for no reason? Yeah. And I can't backstab him. It's kind of lame. Well, dude. I just want to kill you once. I was hoping he would do the swings again, but then he stomped the ground. How mean. Okay, so he doesn't just start with the swing. He actually has variety. He has options. He's just messing with me. And I'm the silly fool for falling for it. That's my bad. My bad. I bet magic would fuck him up really hard. To be honest. What happened to the hitboxes? Was that a different thrust? Does he have a different thrust attack? What the fuck? Maybe because I was... I don't know. I'm clearly trolling, though. So his foot stomp isn't a foot stomp in the area. He actually sends like a AoE attack towards you in front of him. was expecting something else completely different, to be honest with you. Right in the butt. I'm so good. He delays his attack too much, dude. I didn't even get to riposte him. Not that it matters, because I remember the one time I did, it did like 500 damage. Hiking Nini over here. Alright. Let's hop on by. We'll get him soon. He's gotta stop playing like a weirdo and just play smart. Stop panic rolling. This is a good way for me to remember to stop panic rolling. Because every single time I start the stream up and I play again, I always panic roll. That seems to be like something that's very consistent. Different. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? He grew some wings. Fuck his crucible. I don't give a shit. Just die already, dude. This is gonna be one of those. This is gonna be one of those. I have a feeling that after I kill him and I die to some inevitable bullshit, I'm gonna see him again, and I'm gonna cry because when I see him again, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he won't respond. The title matches Crucible Knight. Alright, yeah, bitch. Am I about to stagger him like crazy? Because I'm starting to see that he has a different thrust attack that I can't abuse the hitbox of, or that one particular instance, something happened where I was able to abuse it until I couldn't. So I think after the riposte, maybe I tried to parry him or something. Oh, I remember this. There's a similar boss, actually, wasn't there? Crucible. The ground kick. I vaguely remember now. You can parry him, I think. can parry him. It's just tight timing. Oh, so 99% of them will just die, huh? That is good news. That means I want to die 99 times to them. Each of them, I should say. Who doesn't fuck the story over for me killing them? Shazam! Alright, that's how you do it. Hitbox porn! Bitch! Give my hero's room! Yeah! Better not respond, because if you do, I'm gonna cry. Yeah. I'm out of mana. So I don't need it. Yeah, bye, punk. Fuck him. We don't need him. He's a dickhead anyways. I heard bad rumors about him. That Crucible Knight? Pretty sus. He deserved to be canceled. Where am I? We were here once. I just want to properly explore it. Now that I'm actually here. As one should properly explore a place. I think I went up here yet. Fuck everyone! Fuck everyone! Fuck everyone! Fuck everyone! Fuck everyone! I found a way. Go away. My souls were right there the entire time. Who the hell is Lionel? Deathbed Tress. Deathbed. Isn't there like information on items? Extremely thin and sheer white dress worn by the deathbed companion, and she embraces it, slowly replenishes the HP of nearby allies, but not that of the wearer. This is her dress. But it's not her dress. Who the fuck is Lionel? First off, night. First off, night. First off, night. Past time until nightfall. What now? Nothing changed, you dickhead. I died. Died during the night. Whoops. Guess what the bonfire is. It's a guess. Right here! I see it now! It was right there all along. That guy's a dick. It was right by the damn thing the entire time. And I just never saw it. Cringe. 41,000 souls. I mean, now I lost my soul, so I don't care as much about anything anymore. Well, that fucking hurt. Dude, you made me bleed. My guiding moonlight. Oh my god, my body. Dying and dropping runes. Yes, if I die again before reclaiming those runes, they're gone forever. I get it. What's up, Sapphire? Laura's guy is here just to kill one of the area bosses. You should team up. Oh, really? The Omen Smirk mask? Whoops. Sorry, bro. Don't attack me next time. Idiot. It increases my strength, huh? Oh, what the fuck? How'd I get up there? I went up there. What is my pathing? There's nothing in there. Oh, that's what this is. Ha ha ha. Seeing it just makes me more annoyed. TBH. Oh. I'm gonna send another Jimmy. No big deal. Dirt. Oh. I'm no longer wearing samurai armor. I'm evolving my taste. Pain and suffering is all I know right now. Working as a call center agent for a power company in Florida and having to deal with hurricane fall. Oh, jeez. Good luck to you. I'm sorry. Take care of yourself, okay? Gravel stone, okay. Try jumping. Don't think. Why? I like thinking. I shan't fall for it. still don't know what rune arcs do. Let's say. Seek stealth. Close. Cobblestone. Okay. Thank you very much. Rest in pieces, you idiot. So much to explore around here, bro. There's so much shit. I'm so psyched to see you fight this boss. Oh god, there's a boss coming. Fuck. Fuck. Is it that thing? What's it down here? A cane sword. I want to go do one thing first if I can. I don't know if I'm able to or not. Definitely not what I meant to do. What did this do exactly just now? The fuck did I just do? What did I actually just do? I want to stand on the ledge. I don't want to jump over. And then I just fucking fell to my death, dude. Kinda cringe. Cool spot. Also a cool spot. There's so many fucking cool spots. Which one do I choose? Clearly that's too far for me. Is that a boss? I don't think it is. Oh, it's one of those kindred knights, dude. Fuck. Was that a white kindred knight? The other one's a black kindred knight. That one must be a white one. Just a gargoyle, you say? Well, fuck. That got me. That got me. God damn. Okay. I hate that my thing is still over here, dude. Many fuck gargoyles. Many fuck gargoyle. Ridiculous. My damn souls. My damn runes. Fuck you. To the utmost degree possible. There we go. Next body of a soul. Grab. Thank you. Can I make that jump? I guess I can't. Can I really not? I guess not, no. Fuck. That's what the boss fight is. I can tell just by looking at it. Is there no way around this? Okay, yeah, I can hop around here. Grab whatever this is real quick. I wonder what gravel stone does. So you can't roll through that. Got it. Did they actually lose me? These knights are whack! Alright. Let's see how fucked I am. Oh? Guess I'm not that fucked. Fuck? Why is this layout so oddly familiar? Sorry about your death there, sir. At least it looks oddly familiar. I don't know what's going on. No, I've been here. I think. No. Smithing stone. Is this where the home camp is? Right? This is... The home camp is up... I'm tripping. I'm tripping. I don't know what I see. I swear I see something. I just don't know what it is I see. I honestly hate these enemies so fucking much. Fuck you, bitch! Oh, that is pretty. That is so pretty. That is so pretty. I see a bonfire here. You remember me? Well, I remember you too, proper slack. You still properly slacking? Long time no chat. Hello, stranger. Hello, friend. How are you? This guy responds, doesn't he? I'm not dead yet, bitch. Thank you, Neo, for that lovely redemption. You dick. Ah, god damn it! I forgot that command existed. God damn it. How are you? Well, how is life? I'm good. I'm good. I mean, I just got my ass slapped. But, you know, besides that, I'm good. Fuck. I have a feeling this guy definitely respawns. So, I kind of want to avoid him. My damn soul spawned over here again. Got her like a bitch. Yeah, no, fuck that. Fuck that. Where does this take me? Take me away now. Take me away now. What have you been, Brapper? Slack? I'm calling you Slack. You've been slacking. Isolated Divine Tower. It's tightly blocked shut. Well, fuck you too. I don't know what you want me to say. Dickheads. Alright. I want to check something, because this was definitely what we saw, wasn't it? Oh, wait, this guy died. Rest well, mate. I forget to tell you, but it seems D has a younger brother. I heard he lies in a deep sleep in the aqueduct beside the eternal city of Nokron, and he says that he stood before the Prince of Death not far beyond that spot. Jump down. I've already jumped down. I will jump down, actually. I just want to see something. Everyone's okay, right? That guy was kind of sick and dying already, but everyone else is okay, right? This one gives me some magic shit. Now it's some magic shit. Let me check on this poo eater, the dung eater.
No. You have felt the curse. I can smell it on you. Boxed, yet tender. Apparently my seedbed is ripe and waiting. 'Twas a brief respite, I must say.
Seedbed? I heard a seedbed.
Shackle my corporeal flesh, trapped in the sewer jail below the capital. I can kill you and defile your corpse. Then the pox will truly be your own. Go and unshackle. Trapped in it. I can kill. Then the pox.
What the fuck? So there's a jail cell that dude is locked in somewhere beneath the capital in the aqueduct. So I guess that's something I can do now. You're fine.
Greetings. Are you here for I feel like I can see how and why immortal essence exists. A spirit under the Golden Order. I can understand their yearnings. What they become drawn to. Master Hugh said it himself, actually.
Master Hugh said it himself,
I'm no mere
actually.
apprentice any longer. Once again, I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Roderica, the certified spirit tuner.
Well, that's sweet. Courtesy. How sweet of her.
Oh, don't pay me any mind. It's not important. Just lay out your own. The girl has ever time. It is good to see an imprisoned monster at times. I've gone soft.
It's gone soft, he says. Was a place that was once locked off to me. No, this place, I'm telling you, looks exactly like where we were just now. Like, here's the pathway down earlier. Into a hallway that we can't open. But earlier we could open. I don't know what that implies. That's my problem right now. I don't know what it implies if they all look the same. Yeah, earlier I jumped over here. I can tell you, this probably looks the same, doesn't it? It does. Including this little pathway over here. How strange. How strange indeed. So this is this place. Well, shit! Fuck! You're working on a new overlay? Speaking of overlay, do you like my overlay? Even though it's basic and simple as fuck? Oh. But what are you changing specifically? Simplistic is good? Alright, I take it back. I'm gonna make it as fucking big as possible now, because of what you just said. Lightning dickhead! I like your overlays because I'm going back to Final Fantasy 17. I have a face cam now, so. Oh. Imagine using a face cam now. Ugh. Back in my day. I wonder what happens if I kill this character. Do I get anything out of it? I hope so. That's literally the only reason why I'm trying to do anything. Welcome my 15k souls. Don't need souls. Who needs souls? Not me. Not this guy. I don't need my souls. Cringe. Want it back. Take it back. This takes me up here. Which takes me over here. Dickheads! Do I have to kill this guy, or is he gonna follow me the entire time if I don't kill that guy? I'm gonna use magic on him. We're gonna magic him up. Oh god. I'm looking forward to and equally scared of my workout session tomorrow. What have I done? What the fuck? Like, where did that thing come from? Honestly, where did it come from? That's crazy. There we go. Ah, fuck it. Ugh. Stone sword key, okay. That's what that was. That's what I died for. You dickhead! Clarifying pulses. Oh, this way maybe? There we go. How is Final Fantasy? Or you're saying 7? You haven't played 7 yet then, is what that implies. How is it for someone who hasn't played it yet? Nani? Where am I? The summoning pool is now active. Alright, I'm gonna go down here and run towards the guy that was just shooting arrows at me, but I'm gonna try it first. I only finished up to the first disc in Final Fantasy VII. There's multiple discs. What? That's news to me. What is the giant thing that spawned? It's not there anymore. Did I kill it? Am I that good? Oh my god, of course you like Cloud now. You just needed a little bit of time for Cloud to show you his true colors. That's all that was. run for a bit. Because I don't like fighting those guys. Their armor is tanky. I'm honestly just looking for items. Oh, okay, this is where we were. Ah. Okay. Now, ultimately, my favorite Final Fantasy now? What was yours beforehand? Since you said that, that makes me curious now. What was your favorite Final Fantasy beforehand? Would it be 10? Are you a 10? 10 for? 10 for kind of gal? Or are you a 15 kind of gal? What would you be? I don't think you'd be a 15 gal. But then again, you are you. You are you. That could have been bad. Open salami. Nothing low. I didn't like 15. That was much. That much. It was alright, but I didn't like the writing narrative. Okay, so you're not a 15 kind of gal. Where am I now? Why did the music change so much? There's a 16 in the works. I mean, I'm not surprised, but there's been news about it? Ah, rats. Killed by rats. The classic. Alright, so basically it's the kind of a place I do want to go to. Oh, what's that? Fuck me, dude! That scared me so much! I feel I've been on and off with the Final Fantasy. I feel like this franchise isn't super meant for me. I mean, I'm sure it's not meant for everyone. There's a lot of good parts to it. But there's also a lot of, like, bad writing to it as well. It's filled with bad writing, actually. One of the things it suffers from the most. Truthfully. Alright, I don't want to get back attacked again like that, so I need to keep my eyes wide open, because I don't know how the fuck I was dying like that. So there's no bonfire here, and that much is for sure. Golden Room. see anything else here. Hello. Is there a reason why I'm fucking terrified right now? That's fucking why! Oh, fuck no, dude. I had the stupid menu open and I couldn't close it. I was spamming every single button to try to close the menu from touching the thing, and then I couldn't fucking do it, and then I got grabbed because I couldn't roll. And oh, what the fuck? I was... It's alright. It happens. We move on. I had a bad feeling there. I still haven't seen this boss that Nurgle was talking about. So that's kind of interesting. The game is saying I'm in combat. Am I though? Are they afraid of my lantern actually? Bitch! Did it not count? No, it counted. Oh, it counted. It counted all right. Happens to the best of us, right? Falling to our deaths. Whoopsie. My bad. That was actually so fucking rude. This place seems like hell right now. What the fuck is this place? Hello, Tally. What actually is this place? Why is it so awful? different spot. Interesting. I'm gonna run straight there real quick. I backstabbed him, and it did very little damage. I have light, bitch. I'm tired of all these rats. Can I riposte them? I want to riposte one. No. I really don't like this place. So fucking creepy! Fuck this place, man. I'm so creeped out. I'm actually so creeped out. It's... Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Is no one else getting creeped out by this? I feel like I'm playing a horror game. You guys are insane. You're not getting creeped out by this. It's just me. What the fuck? Huh. So that's that way. Path earlier, somewhere around here, I think. Yeah. Maybe it's because I read Uzumaki from Junji Ito, and snails and slugs just irk me a little bit now. Even if they're oddly fascinating, I think they just potentially really irk me now. That's that side. I have a feeling if I fall down there is how I go grab those items. Whatever those items were, I think falling down there is how I continue forward. There's another pathway over here earlier, wasn't there? Oh, maybe this is how I get here. Mood. Haven't read or seen that, but they always gross me out IRL anyways. You haven't? It's actually a pretty interesting read. I would recommend it if you haven't seen it. I'm pretty sure this path leads to where I think it does. Oh no, it doesn't. Stare at me like that again, bitch. Fuck! I have to go through the snail-infested tunnels again. Do I even want to? No, I'm taking an alternative route. Alternative route this time. We're going this way now. Fuck the souls I lost. I don't really care. I hated that area so fucking much. I thought I stunned both of them, to be honest. Does it only hit one? Does my Getsuga Tensho attack only hit one? Interesting. Interesting. I thought it hit double. Maybe I just missed as well. I don't know how I came across this spot. Not enjoying it. I don't like this spot. This spot creepy. Didn't die, but that was kind of close. Alright, we bugged him. Let's fucking go. We bugged him. Stupid. He actually threw 2 knives at me, dude. Fuck. Are these the pipes that I was walking in earlier? Surely they're not. Are they? It's kind of interesting if they are. claustrophobic pipes. God damn, dude. I forgot they can jump. That's cringe. They're one-shotting me. These guys are one-shotting me. Dickheads. I know it's because I haven't leveled up HP, which is a big part of it, but it really does feel like I'm under leveled sometimes. Oh my dick. 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 Alright. I'm exploring constantly. Yeah, I don't doubt it. This game is tough. This game is tough. I really didn't want to deal with him. Jesus Christ! Whatever. He did come up. Fuck, man. Hurry, I put some runes into HP. I believe it. That's the smart way to go. Honestly. You're not wrong. You are 110% correct. Oh, a smithing stone. 7. Into this. Just lead to exactly. Also, what's up, Child Whip? Child Whip? Fuck that name.
Stanley pushed the follow
Oh,
button.
damn.
No one is
Man,
quite
thank
sure
you for the
why,
follow.
but perhaps
Appreciate that.
he thought something peculiar would happen. How strange. Anyways, welcome, stranger.
Ooh, thank you so much for that follow. The Fell Omen? I don't remember who that is, to be honest with you. Do I want to be in this spot right now? I haven't seen your face, but I know it's you. Hey, hello. Hello, Rosemary. What's up? It's the first required boss? Oh, is that the dude at the castle? Godric. Wait, your new raid is actually really cool. What the fuck? Thank you. I appreciate it. I spent some time figuring it out. And it took me a bit, but I got it. Is there no pathway to jump? I can go this way, I think. No, I can't, actually. Alright, dude. Alright, trust your instincts. Trust your instincts. Trust your instincts! They fail! Fuck me. But thank you so much for the raid, Rosemary. What were you doing? What were you up to? Let me know. Also, I came with the raid as well. Ah, well, welcome again, Mel. How are you doing? Welcome. I don't know if my mods are there. I think Neo was here earlier, but he might be busy. I will try to shout you out right now, actually. I'll do it right now. Shout out. Wait, but it didn't tell me what you were doing. What were you doing? What are you up to? Thank you for the raid. Like, seriously, thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm glad you think it's cool, Mel. I had to put in so much work into it. Ah, fuck you. Oh. I'm trolling. Okay. Money. Thank you. Oh, fuck. I have to fight these guys again, though. So I can assure every. Oh! I see. Is he gonna work out or I'm gonna die like an idiot here? Woo! I thought for sure that was livable. I thought for sure I could live that. Clearly not. But I thought for sure I was okay. I thought I was dandy. I just heard that thing and instantly smiled. I'm new to JoJo only on part 2, but damn, it's already my second favorite anime. I love JoJo, but I'm curious what you meant by the JoJo. The raid sound effects? Because I don't think it actually is JoJo. That should have been Cowboy Bebop, unless there's something else that happened. Because I do like JoJo. I have JoJo shit on my shit. That hit me. Did a fly just fly at my fucking nose? So you're telling me this is not livable? That's totally livable. Fuck you, game. Sounds like the start of part 1's intro. I haven't seen Cowboy, so I probably wouldn't have known that if I had seen it. Cause yeah, I think that actually is from the Cowboy Bebop intro. But I am a huge fan of JoJo though. You're on part 2, you said? So you're at Joseph. Guess we'll just walk around and try not to die here. I see a hole. I like holes. I knew what he was doing. I couldn't respawn fast enough. Like I was about to roll, I couldn't respond fast enough. But I'll try to play the notification again. Rosemary, hello. Thank you again for the shout out or for the raid. That's the JoJo. No, not like this. That's the JoJo part. No, I want to tighten up the animation a little bit, or tighten up the timer on it. Wait, the Star Platinum in the end is new as fuck? Yeah, it's new. It's new. My favorite character, my favorite JoJo so far, of all the JoJos, is Jonathan. I really fucking love Jonathan. I think Jonathan is an amazing person, amazing character, and a role model of sorts even. But to a lot of people, they said he had like a Superman kind of effect, where he was, I mean, he's Superman, kind of boring or whatever. He jumped on top of me. Fucking creepy, dude. I don't know where I'm at. Oh! I thought I was dead. I have the scene, I just haven't set it up yet, I don't think. I'm not sure what redemptions there are. I'm still trying to figure out redemptions and stuff. Let's see where this takes me. See, I'm not sure where exactly. Yeah, no, Jonathan is great. I fucking love Jonathan. I mean, if you watch anime, child, what other stuff have you been up to? Did they come back? This is fucking pointless. Fuck this game, dude. Oh my god, the jump scare. I've only seen up to part 4. I've seen part 5, episode 1, but I was watching for a friend, and they're on anime hiatus right now, so ban them. Kick them out. What kind of friend is that? I'm fairly new to watching anime too much. I only really watched Dragon Ball, but then I started to watch other stuff, like I saw Naruto, Yu-Gi-Oh!, My Hero Academia. I was gonna start watching that Spy X Family thing everyone seems to like, but I got so bored. You gotta... Yeah, I understand that. Some animes are really fun, really cool and all, but... Spy X Family is a specific kind of genre, honestly. Go sponsor. Hidden path ahead. Yeah, it's more of a slice of life. Like you gotta be ready for it. It's just casual. Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood is goated. It's simple, but it's so fucking goated, in my opinion. If this guy respawns, he does respawn. Dragon Ball aired on normal TV channels where I live, so I never thought it was an anime, so I was very confused when I found out, but it made me watch more anime. Oh, there's a fucking bonfire. It was there all along. How silly of me. How silly of me. Yeah, no, Dragon Ball was... I fucking love Dragon Ball. But Dragon Ball is something that would be very different compared to, like, what's it called? Locked for some contraption. Compared to something like, Spy X Family, not even close. I heard about the Full Metal Alchemist thing, or however it's spelled. I finished JoJo. I'll probably watch that and Attack on Titan. Oh, Attack on Titan is pretty good. Kind of depressing, but it's good. Alright. Not a fan of this spot. Going. Watching those guys get burned to death. I haven't seen. Oh, I have seen the Broly movie. I haven't seen the new movie yet. Dude, I really don't want to fight anyone right now. I feel so out of place. I don't want to fight anyone. Get over there. Do I have to? I think I have to here. Fuck me, dude. So the new movie is very good. I saw it release day in UK. Oh, nice. Definitely my second favorite DB film. I heard it's pretty good. I just haven't seen it yet. All right, we go again. While we try to find where this damn locked contraption is. I need to. Okay, that's not it. We've already been here. We just fire Chandis. But I can make it. It's pretty good. A lot of classic Dragon Ball in it. Overall, I'd say the new movie is best, but Broly still has the coolest battle. Yeah, Broly is pretty fucking goated. But if you like the action-y kind of animes, then I would recommend stuff like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, for example. Really good plot, but also pretty cool like scenes. A lot of hype scenes in it. Demon Slayer is kind of one of the newer ones. That's pretty cool. Ongoing, so you get more content constantly. I wanted to go grab my damn souls. I'm trolling. What else is there? Vinland Saga, pretty cool. Historical one, but that's kind of badass. If you haven't seen this movie, there's a anime movie called Sword of the Stranger. basically about a samurai that kicks ass. It's a simple, short movie, nothing too crazy, no sequels or anything like that. It's just one movie, but that one's pretty enjoyable to watch. Yeah, no, I wouldn't. If it comes to recommending anime, I will never recommend like really long shows. I feel like it's not realistic to expect someone to watch an anime that has like 50 fucking episodes or something, you know? Not 50. 50 is manageable. I meant 500. 500 fucking episodes. That's what I meant. I'm trolling. I didn't realize what I was saying until I said it. I heard it. Thought to myself out loud. Whoa, spoilers! I haven't seen the new one yet. Wait, which one? I'm trolling. I'm just nervous. I saw movie details and I just instantly looked away. Fuck that guy. Used to read One Piece to catch up, though that still took me about a month. I mean, isn't that the problem with mangas? You can go through them pretty quickly. When you're stuck waiting. Especially if it's like ongoing, you're stuck waiting for like a lot longer versus an anime. Though, to be fair, I guess, when an anime season is done, you're still stuck waiting for fucking ever anyways. I'm really not a fan of fighting any of these guys. They're dickheads. What is the hidden path? Am I blind? Like a lever here or something? I'm feeling pretty blind right now. Oh, wait, W is here? Hello, W. I don't see what your name is, but hello. I'm not sure if you said anything. Wait, where the fuck is the damn path? I'm always here. Oh my god, that emote. What's up, W? How are you, dude? Where's the secret path? Is there even one? I'm playing Cyberpunk. It's an okay game. I see 2 bonfires that are lit. Do I need to like light them up? That change anything? That change anything? I got spoiled. Oh no, you got spoiled. That sucks. I'm sorry, dude. Wait, the door's open. Whoa! I mean, that's something I had to learn a while ago. I think, what was it for me? The Walking Dead is what it was for me. That's the one that fucked me over. That spoiler actually broke me. I was pissed. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, I'm lost. I found the best clothes. Yes, I have evolved. Oh yeah, no. For some reason, especially Twitter. Twitter is the worst place. Facebook spoilers aren't as bad because most people who are on Facebook are fucking 20 years late. But they do happen. They do happen at a point. And sometimes by like the own like official channels that exist on Facebook. But Twitter is where it's actually really bad. Oh, was that the other guy behind that exploded? Never mind. Yeah, YouTube is really good at that too. Like channels that have seen the movie and they use the thumbnail, a very spoilery thumbnail, and be like, I can't believe this just happened. I hate that shit too. Alright, so my guess is I go to the other part that looks like that room, and then I clear it, and then it lets me continue accordingly. Let me just chill for a bit here. Not aggro him yet. There we go. Walk on by. Hop down here. It's really not worth the time. Although, if this is not the same spot, I do want to walk over here and see what the difference is. Prison. Like, we know this is not the official spot, so it makes me wonder where the official spot actually is. That almost hit me. Because it looks almost exactly the fucking same. it looks almost exactly the same, but it's not, is it? Yeah, it actually isn't. This is tripping me out. Like, actually. I used Twitter because I got blocked from some random verified person because I tagged them in every tweet for fun, but when they blocked me, there's no point to using it. Oh. YouTube only recommends spoilers. I'm trying to beat Elden Ring with no maidens. Proudly called the anti-simp run. It's so hard, bro. The anti-simp run. That's funny. Okay. Hold up. So there's this contraption. Now that should be unlocked. Whoa. Okay, this place. Okay, yeah. So now we're back in our regular realm. Also, as you can see, I'm trying to beat Elden Ring without leveling up my HP once. So that's been my experience. No, this is not my first Souls game. I just don't level up HP. For my blind runs. Out of spite. I wanted to spite someone once. Yeah, no, I can see it being. This is the most I've died in any Souls game. For sure. Okay. Yeah, fuck you. No option for Slayer to be my maiden. 0-10. So sad. This is so sad. But yeah, I've played all of them before. Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Sekiro. I haven't played Demon Souls. I want to play Demon Souls. I played Bloodborne. I gotta make this. I did, in fact, make it. You could come to life. I haven't been up here yet. Why is it always revenge? Kind of funny. I like that. Where is this now? This is completely different. Where am I now? This shit's so trippy. So is it 3 sections that are kind of the same? What's this looking like? Yeah, fuck you. You lie. I mean, it's kind of cool though, I guess, that these ways are linked, but you gotta find the way back, otherwise you're kind of fucked. It's kind of cool. I like that. Ugh. Somehow I gotta... I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We respawn right where we want to. We explored, I think, the entirety of the dungeon now. Technically, I could have tried to go kill the one guy that spawned the damn things, but the door is open now anyways. We're gonna just go fight whoever this boss is inside this dungeon. And call it good. I'm just gonna change this. Don't need that ring right now. Great fucking start. Honestly. That was fantastic. Great start. Insta welcome to hell kind of moment. But he looked like a squishy kind of boss. I think I can handle him. Yeah, dogs bleed, my favorite. I wonder if his dogs are tanky though. I wonder if he spawns more dogs if they die. The actual gangbang. So I just gotta get rid of the dogs, I think, at the start. But they all run at me. Stamina. Alright, so it will probably take, I think, 2 or 3 hits to kill a dog. Or 2. We'll see. Fuck me, dude. Dogs gotta go. Dogs gotta go. But they stay back so far, and the other guy like runs at me. I can't just focus the dogs right at the start. I gotta stagger him, back off, and then somehow kill the dogs, and then we go murder spree. Not fun. All right. Just die, dogs. Just die. Make my life easier. Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort. Actually, okay. can even run. What? I'm not sure if I just didn't dodge or roll or if I just took that. I really don't know what I just did there. I just stood there. And did he stagger me? Can he kill me with a stagger? Oh yes, please stay back. Bitch! What? He moved in the middle of my combo. What? Dickhead. Alright. That's fine. Dude, that's so cringe. Is it a melee? Is it a long range weapon? What is it? I actually have that weapon, I think. The Reduvia. Reduvia. I think I have that. Does it make it less cringe? By the way. Fuck. Alright. Trying to see if I can aggro him in a way. This is cringe. Fuck! Those damn dogs. I'm surprised they added dogs into a boss fight. It's working. I'm annoyed. Once the dogs go away, it's a lot more manageable as a fight. I don't do enough damage to one-shot the dogs though, which is kind of annoying. And he's always, how do I do this? I have to hit and run, or pray for good RNG. That's really it, I think. Hit and run, and then pray for good RNG. But it's so hard to run against them. Cringe. I like him. This is a fun boss fight in a way, but it's also kind of super cringe in another. So let's see. How do I do this? I have an idea, maybe. Where's that sword I always like pulling out? Doesn't have to be much, but enough to stagger one of them will be nice. There it is. Can I still roll? I still can. Okay. Fuck. It worked? Kind of. Kind of worked there. I just need the dogs to come at me first. Fuck, I was two-handing it, and I was pressing the wrong buttons. I didn't mean to two-hand it there. I don't think I did anyways, but I was two-handing it. Damn. Not yet. Get rid of the two-hand there. Wait, these dogs do different attacks compared to regular dogs. Right? Was that just not like a... Did he just not spin and do more than one tick of damage? He just did something else completely different. I haven't seen that yet. Honestly, I don't think I have. Have I? I think so. It's kind of interesting. Kind of interesting. Do this. I need them to stand still for like a split second or be strong enough so I can one-shot them. But I don't know how to make that work. Let me see. That makes it me like specifically stronger or anything. I might have something here that might work. I could also summon something. That could work. Damn. Hold up. I'm gonna summon something. We're gonna play the summoning game here. I don't need anything much. So something to take the doggos away from me. God damn. Alright. These are my own dogs. Dickhead. I'm gonna watch him kill you. I'm gonna watch him kill you by themselves. Edgar, Priest of Blood. Yeah. Yeah, how does it feel to have dogs of your own? Bitch. Dickhead. Fucking dickhead. Alright, I feel no regret with that one. No regret whatsoever. I want to see what he dropped though. He dropped something. Did he not? Oh, blood loss and vicinity increases attack power. That's kind of cool. Where does this take me? I can't level off with that. Sure I can. Oh, I can't see how much that is. I got a Steam notification that blocked my damn thing. Oh my god. How much? I don't think that was enough. Yeah, it was not even close. These last two here. Oh, that's enough. Alright, now, like, what do you think? What should I level up? More intelligence for the scaling? Or dexterity for the scale? I think intelligence has a higher scaling right now. That's fine. Well, it's a good thing I died. Because, not my problem. No, I used my souls, I mean. It's a good thing I used my souls, not a good thing I died. Very different things. This led to somewhere else. sometimes I don't mean to stab right afterwards, but I do because I'm spamming the thing, and it actually leads to me stabbing, which is kind of awkward because it's not good for me. How did I beat these things before? I don't remember how I beat these things before. They're still annoying. I'm just gonna run by them. They're not gonna drop me anything anyways. They're just gonna respawn. So. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. Fight each other. Go ahead. Fight each other. Wait, that's it. I got sniped. That's it though. There's nothing else down here. It's just 2 lobsters being annoying. That's it. That's actually it. I'm kind of shocked by that actually. I actually had 0 souls. I picked up 0 souls. I don't know why I ran out there to pick that up. That wasn't even worth shit. I'm trolling. Alright. I guess we're gonna go up. We're gonna go up here. Take a right here. Jump on this here. Oh, was that something? That was something. Nope, that's nothing. That ain't shit. Alright. Am I past 1400 now? Fuck. So this leads us back up here. Which is cool, I guess. I don't really want to be back here. You as well. I wanted to find a way earlier to get to that door, but I see that I can't, so that's cool. So next up I go down here where we were earlier. Make sure I got this turned on. I think I got souls. I'm so fucked. I'm so fucking fucked. Only 1,400 deaths? God gamer. That's right. That's me. Don't forget it. Oh! Oh! I saw the fingertips at the very end! Scripted. Absolutely scripted. Yeah, that gave me Mimic vibes. That right there just gave me... No, not that one, you fucking idiot. Zoom. How do I choose the other side of Grace? Alright, hold up. Alright, we go to the bonfire, I guess. I don't know how to get there. I don't know which one it is. Actually, is it just... What the fuck is the bonfire? I thought they were right on top of each other, but now I'm not sure which bonfire it was. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. I like that mini juke I just did. I saw that on YouTube. Oh, so it is underground roadside. Fuck me. I should have known. Alright. Okay, we go to the left. Say hello. What is this? I don't know. I took a second to look at that for no good reason. Was that me? Yes, sir, it was. My eye is itchy. Woo! Alright. Nope, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck that tunnel. I'm not dealing with this shit again. Stay up there. I don't care. Die. Fuck me. That was lame. Well, I found that guy. I feel like I have to kill the giant hand just to get a moment of peace, so I can actually do what I gotta.
Who are you? I've been here long enough. I will kill again. And defile each corpse with care. Just to be sure that when they're reborn, they'll be cursed. Along with their children. And their children's children. For all time to come. I will kill again, just to be shall be cursed. I will kill just to be shall be cursed.
This is really sus. I'm not sure if I should have unjailed him there. But I did. Not there anymore. Come to the outer moat. Where the fuck is the outer moat? What? He wants to defile me? An actual maniac. I just let a maniac out.
Well, I took you no matter to lay out your own.
I'm never dead, bruh. Nice. I'm getting stronger. I mean, this looks like a moat. Kind of. If this dung guy wants to fight, I do want to fight him. He seems kind of sus. I can't let him go. What I mean? The only question is, where is he? It's the only real question I have. Said outer moat. Man, why the fuck did I let him out of jail? That was on me, honestly. We fucked up. We let him out of jail. Now he's gonna do crazy shit. Cocaine and cocaine accessories. What's up, cool buns? Gaul, jail. Oh, wait, there's a pathway down there. I never knew that. Interesting. that's not entirely true. I think I've been here. Have I not? Yeah, I've been here. This is the only moat that I see, right? It's literally farting. These things are literally farting. So redonkulous. No, that's it. That's actually it. I don't see where he would be. Well. Oh well. Nope. Fuck him. If I find him at some point, I'll murder him. Because he's creepy, this dude. Oh, that looks so funky. I'm so good at this game. Yeah, those are definitely moats. But where exactly? I don't know. Like, shit. Where the fuck could he be? Unless they meant this part as well. Or maybe this part. I really don't know. I got my item. I guess. Fine. item desu. There's so much shit around here. Like I still can't believe I'm not done exploring like this place yet. Chap. Don't care. I want out. I've been here before. That's when that thing fell from the sky. Right. That definitely feels like I kill it once and then I move on kind of deal. That's what that one feels like. So I think I can effectively say though I got everything I need from up here. This is that gateway that I opened. My soul should be right here. I want to see if I can kill it or cheese it on that fall. It does. I think the Ichimonji stuns better. TBH. I think we can stun it. But there's something I can also do. Get anything out of that? Lord's Rune. Is that good? Did I get anything out of that? That was. Thank you. Thank you. Get his. I got his ass. I'm about to die now though. Don't worry about it. That was just a It's momentary showcase in skill. That's all. By the way. Oh, so it's something I sell? That was in range? You're kidding me. Fuck. I feel like I had to go and fucking shout something. Okay, that was the door we opened earlier. Actual Nani moment. Oh, this is how you get here. No bell ringing. Cool and all. What's the point? What's the point? Cool and all. But what's the point? Hold up. I'm gonna pop some souls here. What does this do? Level up. Intelligence brings that up. Brings both of that up by 2. Faith. Arcane. Dexterity. 1 strength. Whoa. Get out of my inventory. Get out of my equipment. I'm trying to understand this better. Vigor, no. Mind? What's mind? What does mine do? Oh, that's your FP. Okay. Endurance. That's stamina load. Strength. Or strength gives me +3 on that right now. Oh, damn. Intelligence, my most worth it for my buck. More bang for my buck, I mean. Oh, I'm short, actually. I'm short. I need 2,000. Let's see. Strength. +2. Dexterity. +1. Intelligence. plus 2 plus 1. It's over here. Just another way to that guy. Can't say I'm really concerned about him anymore now that I killed him. I do want to go up these stairs. See what else I'm missing. I see an item there. That's what I'm missing. Golden Ruin 8. This place is so fucking big. Like, actually big. Tarnished golden sunflower. Buddy. He could one-shot me? It's okay. Either way, we got the item that I think I wanted. I'm not sure there's anything on the left over there. I don't think there is. Off the top of my head, I can't remember there being anything of importance over there. Maybe there's like an item I can jump on a roof to get to, or something like that. But beyond that, nothing really. Missiles anyways. Yeah, I don't see anything like there. So I'm just gonna abandon that spot for now. And move on to another spot. We've already been here. I think this is where I went downstairs, so let's get to the thing. There's still the giant fucking creature there. Okay, I have a question. For anyone who's there right now. A proper question. Which one do I want to go? The giant tree spirits or whatever the fuck they are. Those giant tree spirits that are like fucking half dead or half alive or whatever the fuck is going on. Do they always drop like a tier? Some sort of tier for the flask? Are they the ones that drop it? If so, that means I kind of need to pay attention to it. And I probably kind of need to kill it. Even if they're really annoying to fight, I probably need to kill it. Let me go this way. We just 300 them. This is Sparta. They drop golden seeds? I'm talking about like the flask tier flask or whatever. They drop seeds as well? Fuck. I don't know. Where does this lead to? Oh, I remember. I hated these. I still don't like fighting these things, so I try my best to avoid fighting them at all fucking chances. Oh, I just remembered there's a little thing underground. Roundabout thought. Fuck you. The tunnel's full of fucking leeches. Or snails. Snails. Or something. Full of whatever it was. There's that. I forgot about that. This took me all the way over here, but what was the point? There's nothing over here useful for me. Unless I have to kill this guy in front of me here. Maybe. We can try. I can try to take it seriously. Not gonna be fun though. Do I get anything out of that? Like, actually? That's all death. Try down. Let there be high spot. They're trying to bait my ass. Where's this boss you were talking about? I don't remember where that boss was. It's not this. I don't have the rights tightly shut. Don't know what that is. Oh, I do know what that is. Divine Bridge. What is a Divine Bridge? I see the item up there. How the fuck do I go up though? Clearly can't go up. I think I'm lost again. We can find a way though. I wonder if I'm supposed to like find a way up somehow, which seems logical to me. Like, yeah, find a way up, but how the fuck do I find a way up? That's what I gotta consider now, or figure out rather. See, that led to that bonfire. Something up here, maybe? Armor trash. Trash armor anyways. Try going up the tree. Because there's a giant gargoyle up the tree earlier, right? On the left. Oh, but I can keep going up actually. Hold up. I can keep going up. Hold up. Why have enemies on the tree? Seems to be stuff over here that I kind of want to check out. Also kind of don't. But I don't think it'll be too much of a hassle if I do check it out. It seems like I can just climb back up. There's these small little trees, which I don't like. They're not that big of a deal, are they? Just a smithing stone. Thought it was something else. I guess we go back up now. Let's see. Climb this giant, girthy fucking tree right now. And try not to fall off the map. That'll probably be a good start. climb the giant girthy tree. And see where it takes us. Ooh, that's an item. Okay, so we take this route. I'll go grab that item, whatever it is. I think I'm supposed to circle back once I take the item, which is fine, I think. Where was that item? Over there. Okay. What does it say? Be wary of cleric. Oh, I see. Holy grease. I don't use my grease often enough. My greases. I should, but I really don't. I always feel like I die too fast to use them. And by the time I figure out their patterns and I can use them while I'm trying to like figure it out, something clicks in my head and I'm able to take out the bosses. Generally. But maybe eventually it'll be nice to use some greases. Be greasy. Be a greasy player. This better not be a boss fight. It's a fucking boss fight? Fucking stupid. I was like, ooh, what's this spot? I'm fucking stupid. I saw that. Hello. Hello, Tsubasa. You just, yeah, I actually just said, you know what? Death today sounds so fucking good. I take that route instead. Looks like there's another pathway. That way. Oh, there is an item on top of the roof. I'm really going the long way, aren't I? I actually thought I was gonna live that. Did I have any souls? I hope not. I hope I didn't have any souls. That would have been fucking awkward. No, I mean, I'm sure I had the souls from the people I killed, but not like an abundant amount of souls, I'm hoping. I'm gonna try that again. But with the, that. With the, what's this? Yeah, that looks deadly. What is Tsubasa XII up to today, though? I do live that. That's the first time I ever fought one of those. So I had no idea what skills it had, what damage it did. That was interesting. Holy shit. That's kind of a cool NPC though. Not gonna lie. So I can make that jump if I have the ring. So wait, can't I also do this? Yeah, I can. That's crazy. Where does that lead to though? Because it seems like it leads to exactly where I just was, but how do I not see it? It seems like it leads up, like, right here? Yeah. Okay. Got that figured out. I guess we explore a little bit more. Hopefully find a closer bonfire than whatever the fuck I was doing. I need to kill the other guy first. I think. I need to kill the other guy first, because he gives this guy a bubble, and he also supports him in a way that where I have to kind of roll back, and I can't fight him properly. I have to kill the other guy first for sure. No doubt about it. Alright, once I drop as well, I'm taking off the ring. That'll help out a little bit. Or changing the rings. And then it's a matter of just fighting him. I have to land on the thing? Really? It's that's subtle enough of a difference that I have to land on the little lantern thing to break my fall. I mean, I guess. Kind of troll though. It's kind of really troll. What? How was I just landing on that earlier then? Am I just nuts? No, I'm not. Oh, was I just nuts earlier? Yeah, I definitely have the rings though. Very interesting. How the fuck did I go so far? I'm just stacking deaths to gravity. My favorite part of the game. Because I think if I kill him, the boss is in that area. If I kill him, that should be a straight line to the boss, I think, right? At least it seems like it's like that. What was I doing earlier that made it work? What? That isn't right. What the fuck? Why is it not working now? Equipment, that's what I'm doing. Beast Blood, Old Fang, and Somber Smithing Stone 6. That's a fun fight. Good shit. Goodbye. Where exactly am I? Oh, this is where I fucking appear. Oh, that's the catacombs. I don't want to go there. I want to go here, maybe? It's so hard to figure out where the bonfires are, honestly. No, not this one. What the fuck was it? Was this the one? Okay, yeah, this is the one. Because it seems like there's another path, and if there's another path with a slightly closer bonfire, that is the path that I'm going to take. Essentially. I got the item that I needed. Closer. Backstab off. There we go. Stay subtle because I want to backstab him. But I gotta wait for him to return back. This way I save as much time as possible. There we go. If I can backstab him, then I can probably kill him pretty quickly. I think there's another one of these knights in front of me. Not too shabby, not too shabby. Now, if I can just find the way. Alright. We take those, we take those, we take those. I also take these. We take these. We take these. Where's the other knight? Right, come, come. Oh, so they have those as well. That's interesting. Oh, okay. They can progress somehow in this direction. Why is it always door? How do I go up? That's my question. we've already been here, haven't we? So how the fuck do I go up? Is there no way for me to go up? Do I actually have to go the long route to kill? Like, actually. Actually, do I have to? I don't see any route here. If I do, fuck it, I guess I just have to go. But I'm kind of hoping there's another route. I really tried to find another route there. I didn't see one. At least we got more items, I guess. I think we got a stone sword key, so I can do more dungeons later. Try. Oh, never mind. Fuck, actually, while I'm here, let's go ahead and do this stupid thing that was making me scared as hell. Where is it? Go on the little one of the tubes here. We go in one of the tubes here. This one. I hate this. How much for sure. Still hate it. I hate this spot so much. I'm just trying to run by the slugs, but I hate this spot so fucking much. I don't know. It has to be. Maybe I have a claustrophobic feel, and that's getting to me. But I've never really been. I don't know. I don't think I've ever been afraid of like small spaces or anything like that. But it's getting to me though. It's definitely getting to me. Let's not die this time. Last time we went the other way. Let me go this way. Nicely done. Fuck you. Well, good thing is there's more cool shit now. Wherever I am. Back that way for now. Let's just push a little bit further. He just fell. Not another way. I see a little pathway there. Intriguing. This guy's actually just waiting for me here. so nervous in this area, and I'm finding myself back in this area. I actually get the heebie-jeebies in this spot. Fucking hate it. Bro, this spot is so cringe. Does not open from the side. Of course it fucking doesn't. Oh, I'd hate this. I mean, it's cool that there's a lot of stuff, I guess, but... So, very cringe, though. Got hit by the other thing. Hate it. Hate this spot. I hate it with a passion. I fucking hate it with a passion. But we're gonna properly explore this place in case it somehow magically leads to me finding another spot. Actually, I hate this so fucking much. It's ridiculous. Hopefully there's no other spots like this. I'll drop in this time. Let's see what's happened. What happens when I drop in? Finally got him there. Thank the heavens. I was just letting out some frustration on the slugs. How did I... I'm wondering if killing him drops anything. I think it does. That's the reason why he spawned. He drops something. Do I care for it? I don't want to say I do. I definitely don't like the vibes. So I might just say I skip it unless he drops something important. If anyone knows for sure what he drops, if he drops anything good, maybe we'll go for it. But I cannot care less about that particular fellow. Right, I remember. We went up. We went down, and then we went up here. Alright, because this guy, he hops down. Just run up fast. And we're good. Come over here, I try to open this gate. I believe it's a shortcut. Alright, I believe that's a shortcut. Then I run on over here. Oh my god, he can jump back up top. Just run this way. Not dead yet. Not dead yet. Breathe. I need to breathe a little bit. Breathe. Fucking A. I'm so stressed. Somebody save me. Please. I have the thing that auto heals me too. That's kind of nice actually. I'm poisoned, but I have something that auto heals me. I like that. We are properly exploring, at least, I guess. Being proper adventurers. Gets over here. Yes. Not to get cheesed. Just opens the doorway over there. Right in front of the bonfire. That's so much nicer. So much fucking nicer. Hey, Kenpachi, what's up? Oh, fuck. Higher on the street. How are you, Kenpachi? You're gonna fall off. Yeah, he fell off. He fell off. Okay. Okay, how are you doing, Kenpachi? It's nice to see you. How was your stream today? That's like stream. Well, that's not good. Fuck that up. Good thing is, I opened a shortcut, so I was watching. I didn't say anything, but I was watching. Alright. Stay down, boy. Yeah, no worries. I mean, I was just chilling. I was putting my clothes in the laundry in the dryer. So, it wasn't anything too crazy. So now we can go here. Stay the fuck down. I see. Oh, you dickhead. So I could see I'm supposed to fucking hardcore parkour somehow, but I don't know how. I know I'm not gonna make that fucking jump. There's no shot, right? Actually, no. This is a different spot. Yeah, it is a different spot. Oh, I died. So that's a different spot, though. Which again, if DMC didn't come with it as a package, I'd install. Well, I mean, hopefully you still had some fun, though. How have you been, Kenpachi? Are you excited for Bleach coming out? Since your name is Kenpachi? The upcoming season? I am. I'm super hyped for it. Stay off. also stay off. Oh, the dickhead. I don't have that much of it, to be honest, but yeah, I want to watch it. It should be. It should be quite enjoyable. I saw the. I don't know. I'm hyped for it. I saw the trailers and stuff, and the high quality animations has me quite captivated. So that's the vibes I've been getting. God damn. I want to see if that was a fake wall, and I jump up and I'm dead. These guys are so annoying. But at least I found like a new way to go with these guys. Or a new path in this area. I came back even though I didn't want to, and we found some new stuff. There's that one enemy. There's like 3 enemies in here I don't actually want to fight. But it is what it is. Fall off as well. I could care less. Running straight for you, big guy. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why was that so laggy? That was so troll. Fuck me. Fuck me. I was wondering what that sound was. Motherfucker was climbing the damn ladder. The fuck? Okay, I guess, but like, what? That's kind of troll. Fucking god. Less trolling, Hitsu. Less trolling. Let's just be efficient. Talking about, but it happened. But it is what it is. His attack went through the fucking wall. Oh my god. Bruh. What the fuck? Welcome to Souls? Yeah. stamina back, because I'm gonna need it. Oh, don't lock onto him. Fall off the bed, right? Dickhead. Okay. This looks new. Probably because it is. That's crazy. Just fucking damage to me. That's right. I still don't know what those things do, though. That's my problem. Kill him when I can. I don't know what it does, though. Fake wall? No. Not a fake wall. Smithing stone 7. Bitch. I just did that. That I'm satisfied with that. That felt good. That felt quite good. I think I'm going backwards, right? If I go back correctly, I should see a path to a rat this time instead. Hold up, what? Maybe? Maybe not? Golden room. Props to the game devs, though. I fucking hate this spot, actually. It's always nice. Very. It's a giant mouse. What's the point of this area? Okay, I see. hate this game. I still hate this game so fucking much. Okay. What's this? I thought he was friendly because I couldn't target him. Oh my fuck. Dude just jumped off. What? I mean, if he jumped off, I'm gonna go kill the other one then. What the heck did... Shit, I'll take it. I will take anything I can get. I'm gonna explore that room properly because it was just that one big one, but if he just fell right off, then... Where's the sweat, you know? I mean, I suppose that's fair. I don't know what else there would be. I'm set this bonfire then. Or Grace. I'm gonna set this Grace. My bad. Still working on it. What's that? So this is another dungeon. Yep, it's another dungeon. It's Skelly Dungeon? Sticking Stone 6. Alright, it's a boss fight. Mog the Omen. Alright. It's a boss fight. I'll do a boss fight. But first, I need to beat. I'll do a boss fight. Son. Cheers. This boss seems like I can get away with some damage. Not on. I wonder if there's any gimmick bosses in this game. I'm not sure if I've seen too many gimmick boxes. Sleepy snoozy skeleton. Ohio. Did you sleep well? I mean, you're sleepy, but. Oh. Yawning down my spine. As you can see, dear, I just got my ass royally handed to me. Second time we fought that boss. I was nervous today. I was actually getting scared in the game that I'm playing, that you see right now. There's this little tunnel, like you're inside these tubes, I think, and the way the tubes worked, it's there are creepy crawlies and all kinds of different shit. And I was just fucking. I was not having it. Man. Oh, he tanky. Oh, he tanky. Log Shackle can help a lot. What's up, man? Cheese Lord? Mac and Cheese Lord. Sorry. Monk Shackle can help a lot. I don't even have it. What item is Monk Shackles? If you don't mind me asking. Thank you for redeeming Annoying Dog. I'm not even sure Sophia's there. She just woke up. So she's probably getting ready for work right now with her mom. And yeah. Alright. I have no fucking HP. Nothing worth a damn. Looking weirdly at my phone like, what the fuck? Was it the doggo? Well, good morning. Your mom got to hear sounds of you. Alright, this guy does, he one-shots me. Let's try on some different armor real quick. That might help out. That still works. Mog Shackle. Welcome, by the way, Mac and Cheese Lord. It's nice to meet you. If there's any types of cheese I can do, I would love to know, because I love cheese. Not see his attack there. Oh, wrong fucking thing. Fuck me. All that damage I just did absolutely nothing. Hey Ace, what's up? Long time no see. Or long time no chat, rather. Or not too long, but... It's a tool. Is it one of these? Is this a tool? Am I a tool? Briefly binds Mog, once imprisoned to Earth. Okay. What does this actually do? Since we did pick this up, I wasn't paying attention, but what does this actually do? Or like, what's the lore here? A fetish bathed in golden magic? The fuck? Shackles were used to bind the cursed people called the Omen, and these ones were made to keep a particular Omen under strictest confinements. Though faint, the shackles still retain vestiges of power enough to trap. Is it a consumable? Or is it like repeat use? It feels like a repeat use kind of thing. Oh, you don't have to apologize for lurking. Don't be ridiculous. Ah, haha. It's Cheese Lord tactics. Okay, so it only works twice. It only works twice. That's cool. That's so fucking cool, actually. We stack our bleed on that. We stack our bleed on that. That's really cool. I'm not sure if we have the second phase or not, so I'm not gonna risk using anything yet. But that was actually pretty fucking fire. I like that. We gotta get close and then we stack our bleed. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Does it keep working? No. So that's 2 uses in a proper fight. Dude, that attack is cringe. Mom just gave me a look? I'm sorry. Nande. It's good. It's really good. Are you ducking kidding me? Oh. I said duck. Duh. I would never cuss. Never, ever. He has very linear attacks, I've noticed. He has a couple swings now and then, which have some very annoying lingering hitboxes, but he has some linear attacks. This is not me. This is old me. This is pre-recorded gameplay. I'm a different person now. Oh, fuck. That's fast. So he actually has a 4-hit combo there. I wasn't ready for that. Okay. Though that's nice and all, I think I could benefit from either... No, I'm not really charging right now. That. I can benefit from that. And we'll just heal up to start here. Okay. my heavy? Hadi, take care. Love you, boo. Have a good day at work. Be safe. Pack your food. Oh, does that weigh more? Yeah, that weighs more. Go try this one. I can normal roll there. Marg Shackle. That's an interesting item. I like it. That's cool. That's cool. That's very hip. So fucking insane. Oh, I tried to hide behind the pillar there. Fuck. Fuck. This is honestly a tough fight. I don't know what would be good, to be honest. I thought it was gonna be squishy because he looked squishy, but he kind of fucking me. All right, we walk in, insta pop this, run in. Good thing is I live his magic attacks. Bad thing is his swings will fuck me up. Okay. I think summons were allowed. I'm not sure if it's worthwhile though. I don't think I'm gonna summon anything. Oh, I was about to use it, but I rolled just a bit too early. I do no damage to him. That's like 7% so far. 7%. Not even like a full... Damn, I actually do no damage to this guy. Yeah, that's just too much, funnily enough. Interesting. He swings after that? That's interesting. That's interesting. How much actually, I need to figure out how much that actually is, because I think it's like 7%. That's how much I'm averaging right now. I'm getting my ass handed to me. The extra HP is nice. But I think I'm trying to figure out how to optimize this, because I know I can stagger him. We staggered him once. I'm not sure what happens when we stagger him, because I didn't get a proper riposte today. He does actually swing after that. Yeah. Okay. Damn, man. Damn. Okay. Okay. I don't know how to do this. He's actually so tanky. I'm happy I found him, but god damn, he hurts. It's been almost we had a boss that like is this tanky. And he also moves quite quickly. Did my game freeze? Oh shit, I think my game crashed. Oh, let me relaunch that. How is everyone? That's just chilling and lurking still. You guys having a good day? Good night? All of the above. Ooh, that's bright. I want to re-implement some of the lighting I had, because I used to have lighting in the background. You guys remember that? The blue lights? I want to see if I can re-implement that, because I have the stuff. I just haven't done it yet. I need the outlet, the plugs. Because this, sure, I'm not sure how this feels. It looks nice and all, I guess, but I feel like it can be a bit more lit in the room instead of just pure darkness. Especially when I wear black shirts, because I tend to wear black shirts a lot. You having a good day though, Lon? I'm glad. That makes me happy. Makes me happy to hear. That was better. What is that? 30%? I had to use the item once, but 30%? So that's not bad. That's not bad. Not enough, obviously. I need that. Oh. I'm trolling. I didn't realize I had one this entire time. I haven't been able to make him lose blood loss yet. How's that? That's too much. That's funny. Maybe I can increase my equip load just a bit by popping some souls here. How much they give me? 10,000. Hero's rune. 20,000. Okay. That's plenty. That's actually plenty. Max equip load. Endurance. So now when I roll, that's fine. What bonfire is this called? Forsaken Depths. I think I can level up my weapons as well. So I'll try that real quick. Because I think I got a 8 soul thingy. Don't cuss in front of your in-law. I said no such thing. Bad words? Not me. No, no, no. I would never.
Well, I took you no matter. Lay out your arms.
That's 146 more damage. This is a lot more damage. Go for that one then. Actually, yeah. Is the Lord Rune used for anything? I'm gonna use it. I don't know if that's actually used for anything though. Forsaken Depths. And I'll just pop a couple more. I'll level up intelligence just a wee bit more to get some better scaling. Because clearly I need it. I could have upgraded this maybe. I'm thinking about that. Let me see. I'm gonna go back here. I need to upgrade the other weapon. The one that I used to help me stagger. The Gilgamesh blades.
Well, I took you for no matter. It's all lay out your arms then.
Smithing stone 3s for that? I got 2. I can go buy them. this is severely underleveled. My assistant weapon. I didn't realize you use smithing stone though. There, we bought 4. I'm gonna run back and forth here just to level this up because I don't remember how much I need of what. I kind of wish I could force it up. I want to be more exact.
Already, no matter.
Strength and armament. There we go. Got plenty of that. 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 Do not have plenty of that. And now, ideally, that should do more damage. You just doubled its output. So ideally, it does more damage. I don't think it'll do much more, to be honest with you guys. But maybe now it does. And then I want to pop some more souls. Do that. We level up. 2 more times. Fuck. Wasn't expecting that much. Now I think I'm limited. And I don't think I have enough. Yeah, I'm pushing it now. Figuring out. Those are all our souls. Alright. That was it. Now I need 15,000. Can I get 15,000? If I go up here and kill these guys? That gave me 1,800. I can do this a couple times. Level up once and then we go back in. Right? So how much do I need? I need 42,000, 43,000 to be safe. We need 43,000. Okay. It's kind of cringe to do it this way, but I mean, what else am I gonna fucking do? I guess. Like, what else am I gonna do? Is there anything up here? Let me see. I think this is just the faster way. Go up and down, kill those things. Yeah, that's not worth it. That's not worth it. This is the way. You know, I don't actually farm as much as I should in this game. But granted, all of the times I'm just trying to fucking not die. skips the elevator. We're at 37,000 now. I said 43,000. So I think 2 more runs, maybe? 2 more runs of this. And we'll have enough souls to level up once more. Yeah, we need one more. That was awkward. Alright, last one. Then we level up. We fight this guy until we kill him. And we wish for the best. Got it. So now we sit. Level up. Intelligence? Ooh. I went up 3. That's good. Dexterity. Intelligence. Alright. Let's go. I don't know if leveling up makes you tankier or not. I hope it does. I don't think it does. I think HP makes you tankier. We'll see. Caught on something when he swung. I wonder what it was. Because I could have gotten some free damage in there. Well, I kind of did. Still, I wonder what it was though. So he jumped at me. He swung. Dung eater. I kind of want to summon the Dung Eater. Why is the Dung Eater there? I just noticed he even spawned there. Interesting. Is he not the one that's gonna kick my ass? The one that's gonna murder me? Flame Talons. That guy is insane. That's a fun boss fight. Erdtree's favor. Ooh. What is this? Wait, what is this? Was it not a key? It was. It was. Raises Mac. Oh, fuck yeah! Wait, that's actually so good. Raises maximum HP, stamina, and equip load. And equip load. Oh, that's so nice. Now my HP can just be fucking... I can tank a little bit more now. Oh my fucking god, let's go. So nice. They give me a lot as well. Alright. That one gives me +2, +1. Dexterity gives me +1, Strength gives me +2 for him only. +2, +1. I'll go +2, +1. That's still profitable. How much do I still have? I have 31,000. I might do the cheese again, just to level up again, and then we go to the other spot, and I guess we run to that boss fight. Wait, what? Okay, I get it now. I get why I'm so fucking confused. The map doesn't show actual distance between the fucking things. It makes so much sense now. Like this, they're saying this between that is how far this walk is, which is bullshit. Which I don't actually know. Alright, but we'll do this a couple more times. It's a good quick cheese. Easy to level up. But we fucking got him. This item is actually so busted. This item saved the day. Is it a one-time use kind of deal though? Am I trolling? Yes, I am. Where's the pretty dress? $35,000. I need like 44,000. So that's about 3 or 4 of these wipes. It helps to not die. Of course. That's very helpful. Don't beat me. Don't die. Don't die. I could just lose my souls here. Or runes. Sorry. Which would be kind of funny. What? Is it still alive? I'm not doing enough damage. What if I change this? Did that. Strangely, a bit too close. Alright, but that's fine. And then new boss. New boss to run to, which I'm not ready for. I'm short 400. That's true. I can kill someone real quick for 400, I think. Can't I? Am I unable to? There we go. Alright, run upstairs, and there we go. Intelligence again? Yeah, intelligence again. I got, that's +4 right there. I'll take the +4 damage total. So I'm supposed to run up this damn tree every single time I want to fight this boss? Doesn't it seem kinda counterintuitive? Doesn't seem kinda wrong? Like actually wrong? They're really saying there's no other way. Oh, there is another way. Question is, how do I get up there? Ooh. Sorry, puppers. Don't mind me. I see a hole I must go through. Didn't want to get randomly cheesed because I heard they do some incredibly sus things. If only I had a fire. Back, did you see Mom call you out earlier? No. What do you mean? I am wholesome. So this is literally the place that we were at earlier. Or this is... fuck. It's, yeah, this is where the waifu was that hugged us. By my sword. Hero's ring. Did she call me out again? We've been here. Like, actually been here. This is crazy to me. That there's a exact replica of everything we've seen so far. Everything's so dark and cold as well. It's kind of sad. But how you didn't say duck? I totally did. Was she giving me the look, the stare, the infamous stare that I've come to know and love? Seedbed curse. Oh, that book just. This game, for some reason, I'm really on edge. I thought it's not a horror game, and I'm on edge. Playing this has made me quite on edge, to be honest. It's not a boss fight, right? Coated sword. I want to pick this up. I want to look at this inventory. Or look at this weapon. Godskin stretcher. Coated sword. I don't know what's going on in this game. This game is... The lore is insane. That much is for sure. Is it this? Hidden sword once granted to the Tarnish of the Round Table by the Two Fingers. A formless cipher compromises its blade, which deals holy damage no shield can repel. Champions would gather at the Round Table hold in days long past when the Two Fingers were masters of oration, their flesh yet full of vigor. That's kind of cool. That's kind of a really cool weapon, actually. It scales on holiness. What are the requirements? 20 faith? So it scales on faith. That's kind of a really cool weapon. Well, here's the downside. There's no bonfire. It said, I said duck, and Mom answered, no, you didn't say duck, you said fucking. I forgot the last word. Oops. Tell your mom I hope she's doing well. Don't cuss in front of your in-laws. Hiya. Yeah. That's a good idea. I'm just what you call not smart. Oh, there's a pathway here. Oh. This guy lifts. Definitely lifts. That guy lifts. He works out. He's a bodybuilder. Kind of hot. Sophia, I want to watch so many different things with you. There's so many things we need to catch up on, like ReZero and JoJo and all kinds of different things, including House of Dragons. Many, many things. When watch it. I know. I just want to though. I got my bonfire on. Or not my bonfire. My Starfist? Seek something? Item? Oh, item. Talking about the item then. Though they may sleep, I know these commoners may one day attack me. And that I am not ready for. No secret ahead. When we'll getting to pick. Oh god, I would watch it constantly. Even the garbage shit that I would get annoyed by, I'd watch it. The 50th isekai I've seen this month? Whatever. What's in it for me? But my gets to get 10 shows insane. You had no shot, my friend. You don't have the right. Oh, you don't have the right. Okay. Oh, shit. Do reaction videos on YouTube? I could. He wants to start a reaction channel. Anyone want to start a reaction channel? That'd be funny. On today's episode, Big Brain ZK. I'm just gonna call you Kenpachi. I'll never say ZK. Unless you deliberately want me to call you ZK, but I'll probably never say ZK. Is that really it? There's no way, right? Yeah, we went that way, and now we're going down... Fuck, that really was it. I would do really badly because my reactions are my... Yeah, you don't react at all while you're watching a show, dear. I've noticed this, and it concerns me. Because sometimes we're watching something that I've seen already, and I'm just watching your face sometimes, like, waiting for the moment to happen. And I'll be like, oh, it happened. And look at your face real quick. And your face is just like... And it worries me. Because, like, was it not exciting? Did she not like it? And that's why I always ask you after every episode, too, how you felt about something. Because I can never tell how you felt about something. I mean, still. Oh boy. I'm not ready for this. Oh, a bit more HP. I'm just gonna run by all these guys. I don't really need to fight them. Because I have to fight this giant boss where I don't even have the capabilities or means to fight said boss. So, how am I gonna do it? I don't really know. Ah! I can see it coming. Oh, there's a stake of Martika. Ooh, that's good. That means I can spawn close to this. Maybe. Ooh, that's really good. Where is this though? That music though. So I do damage though. Fuck, that was such a good run. The music's kind of cool too. I like the music. I like the music though. Da 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 da. That sounds dope. I like that. I don't need this anymore. Something works on omens. Only, I don't know. I thought of Valor when I said that. It only works on omens. Damn. Not dodge because I went into anime mode, and anime mode was not the right thing to do right there. Lost those souls, but it's fine. We didn't need those souls. We didn't need them. What's your emote idea? Anime generally prevails everything, I agree. But in that particular instance, I needed to not die. That didn't stagger? I actually thought he was gonna get staggered for sure. There. I guess not. I guess earlier I also used the daggers twice, I think, right? I used the daggers twice. So maybe that had an effect. Also have the lantern. Can't stagger without seeing them. Surely. Bam! Goodbye, Godfried, first Elden Lord. Rest well. Facepalm with the text hi. that'd be funny. Although it might be hard to see the hi I know it might be hard to see text that low. I won't steal it. I won't steal it. That's your idea, fair and square. I will not steal it. That's 3. I still get +4 in total damage from that. 3 from my right arm and 1 from my left. That's crazy. How much value I'm getting out of intelligence, leveling up intelligence right now. Yeah, don't jump in the pool like I did that one time. That was a silly fucking mistake. Oh, there's a ladder there. Okay. Big silly mistake. No hole ahead. I mean, now I can go backwards and try to figure out how the fuck I was supposed to get here. The other way. No, I think it's a genuinely solid idea. Don't get me wrong. Hiya. I think it's a good idea. I just don't know how the how the something will play out. I'm losing my train of thought. Ah, well, you're a dork. You are a proper dork. I would steal it anyways. Cool soul. Hitsuga Tensho! Wait, is that a parry as well? Ah, fuck me, dude. Oh my god. I'm something else sometimes? Nah, me. Never have I ever been something else besides me. There's a cool spot. Pretty nifty spot. Holy grease again. They're giving me a lot of holy grease. Are they trying to tell me something? Am I gonna need holy grease for an upcoming fight? Because I don't think it's for this one. Just a little on the nose, maybe. Like, holy shit, you might need that holy grease. Okay. That actually almost killed me. I thought jumping ahead. I was like, what? What do you mean? And I didn't even jump. My character just walked up. That was crazy, actually. Oh, this is so cool. I like this. I like how they use the trees to, like, move around a little bit. Nutty. Does that work? Does the jump actually work? Can I just bow and arrow this? There's a way though. It seems like there is a way to get up there. I'm thinking this jump is probably it, but well, that hurt. Anything in this corner? What does that say? Praise the message. There's something incredible ahead. You guys are dorks. Okay, so we go in the tree. Tree takes us up here. Something for sure out there. Earlier. What's this? Absolutely nothing. This leads to something. There's a bonfire in there. Sorry. Go in. Get jumped, fool! Blessing of the Erd Tree. This is a cool room. Oh, it leads right to a fucking boss room. Damn. I feel like I'm still super far from the end of the game. Isn't that troll? Like, this many deaths already and I'm still not at the end of the game. I am a Garbaggio. This really does seem like the way. Oh, I see. There we go. Golden Order Principa. No jumping ahead. Item. That's cool. I like this little tree thing a lot, actually. Pretty cool. Celestial Dew, whatever that means. Oh, a chest. Let's see. Bird tree bow. Here. A lot of secrets I see in this game right now. But I must ask, what's the point of being here? I almost fucking fell off. Alright, I guess I'm gonna explore this down section over here. Because I know the other place leads to a boss fight. We saw the yellow wall. Where's my thing? But I still feel like I'm missing so much in this game. I know we've made a lot of progress recently, but one, I still don't know what's going on. Two, it still seems like there's a lot of things going on in this game still that I am clueless on. And three, I'm lost. I'm lost in the sauce. Lost in the sauce. I'm lost in the sauce. Okay, pop that. I mean, my Gilgamesh blades do more damage now. That is true. They do more damage. They do more damage. Yeah, that's true. If I haven't explored every inch, I've missed something. We'll see where this takes us. Because this is basically a mini boss fight. This guy that we're fighting here. Annoying little shit. And it's a decent walk as well. It's probably going to take us longer than the actual boss fight, which is going to be funny. Not what I meant. That's funny though. Alright, let's go grab my souls and fight this fucking dickhead. Goodbye, punk. Fuck you too. What's over here? It requires you to guard it from me. If you tell me there's nothing over here. Oh my cheeky heavens. Is there actually nothing over here? I was baited. Hello, Kevin. What's up? I haven't seen that name in a long time. How have you been? Fuck it. What's over this? Maybe I'll find something of use to me. Going away that people don't normally go. I don't see anything useful. Actually, I know what we can do. Something that spawns over here. Something I dislike a lot. No, not this one. Where's that spawn? Underground roadside. Forsaken depths all the way down there. Unknown catacombs. Avenue balcony. Lower Capitol Church, maybe? Yeah, this works. Whatever. Oh, fucking weird ass hitbox. It is what it is. We're gonna try to kill this guy though. We're gonna try to kill him. We kill him, then we're Gucci. I think that's basically everything I would want to kill in this area, I think. We'll continue on. I think. I'm probably missing something still. Especially if there's a missing wall or something. Where's all the souls? Fuck it. Now we don't have souls to worry about. That's fine too. I just need to kill this guy so that he doesn't chase us and fuck with us while we're trying to 1v1 the one dude. The fucking giant tree snake thing. Bro, I rolled. Did I not? Did I not? I should figure out something to do for the 69. Like just something simple. Because it's just 69 points and it's just hee hee hee. But I don't know what. Maybe a sound effect? Play a sound effect? Just a quick little. Oh! That'd be kind of ridiculous, but it would be funny though. Oh, actually, I want to test it. This is parry. interesting. So I can actually survive an attack. Now, with the extra HP and stuff, I can actually survive an attack. I'm gonna try to be a little bit more tanky. And see if I can survive it more comfortably. But we just survived that attack. That's fucking phenomenal. He fucks. I just want to kill this guy. This damn tree sentinel. Let's fucking go! Fucking got him. I was feeling that. He dropped a golden seed. Nice. Okay. Cool. What'd I do with that? Nothing, because I don't have enough golden seeds to level up my flask again. Pretty sure I don't. Enough. Glad I got it though. Yes. Where am I supposed to be? In this bed chamber. That's where I'm supposed to be. All right. This place looks mighty holy. Where will I go? Where will I be going? Summoning pool is now functional. Where is this place? This is for sure a boss fight, but what is it? Oh, it has a cutscene. It's a cutscene boss fight. That means I am fucked.
Tarnished. What is thy business with these thrones? Ah,
the twin prodigies, Mikola and Melania. General Radahn, Praetor Rykard, Luna Princess Rani, willful traitors, all. Thy kind are all of a piece. Pillagers, emboldened by the flame of ambition.
Yo! What is that?
Upon thy meager grave
Oh no.
felled by King Morgoth, last of all kings. Foolish ambitions to rest.
Oh, he's an omen. Is he an omen? He's an omen. I might be able to use the one thing. We shall see. We shall see. Where was it? No. I don't think it'll work, but imagine if it did work. You know what I mean?
Foolish ambitions to rest.
Sheesh. Okay, it's gonna be one of those fights. But we hurt him though. We do damage to him. That's a good thing. It's gonna be a lot of dodging and weaving and stuff like that, but we do actually manage to damage him. If you can damage him, then it's just a battle of who can dodge better, I guess. Nice. We got him to second phase. I thought he got stunned for a second there, but he has a second phase. Okay, he has a second phase. We just got a second phase. This guy's interesting. This might be this has to be the last boss fight though. What does anyone know what time it is? I can't see timer in chat. I used to be able to, but now it doesn't show me like the timer. And I don't know what time it is. This is a fight. tail hitting is so good. I think I was at 62. I think I did it twice. Whew. Okay, this is really cool. This is a really cool fight. This is a really cool fight. I like this. This is kind of hype. But he's calling me a traitor, so he's kind of mean. Not a fan of him. But this is a cool fight. I want to combine that with that. Okay. Yeah? Let me be the judge here. Let's see how much I actually have. God damn. Heal up here. I'm stuck in a corner, dude. I thought he was gonna go into second phase. I like this one. I like this one a lot. This is a fun one. Do I need that? I'm gonna try it without. Real quick. Try this. 'Cause we might not need that one. We might not need that one. I trolled. I trolled. That was on me. 1466. first time I saw him use the spear, and he used it twice. I might have seen it before, but I don't think I was paying attention earlier. But that was the first time I saw him use those 2 spears twice like that. So that got me. That surprised me a little bit. But I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Well, by the time I get there, I'm fully healed up. I'm ready to fight. Max HP. Oh, holy shit! Wasn't Kevin that redeemed that 69? Yeah, it wasn't Kevin. It was definitely not Kevin. It was someone else that's not Kevin. Can't be Kevin. I wonder if the extra HP does actually help, but I think it would help me more. Nani? No! Shit! This dude does not give me time to breathe. I love it, but he's not giving me time to breathe at all. Let me see. How am I gonna do this? I can get the thing off. I can get the right swing off, but I have to play for the damage. Go in. Set up properly. There we go. Run at him. Tell him to do some melee combo. Dude, that spear is so fast. Now that I see it, that spear is so fucking fast. It just... And to focus on his shoulders. He's one of those guys where you gotta focus on the shoulders to figure out when to dodge. And I don't think it's from an anime. The Maiwa mo Shinderu is from an anime, but the song itself, I think it's just a song. I'm not sure though. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. Damn, this guy's something else, man. He has 2 attacks that are similar, but slightly different animation-wise. And what they do is wildly different based on said animation, so I'm stressing out. That was that animation. I thought he was doing the double swing, and then he did the one attack, and then the hammer slam afterwards. I thought he was using both at the same time. I need to figure it out. One hit kill? No, I wasn't full HP. It was basically one hit kill though. And I think I took the very brunt of the hammer, so that was max damage. That was his max damage. If I can survive that with more HP, maybe it'd be worthwhile. But I want to see if I can do this first. I like the auto heal. Auto heal's kind of nice. No shot, he doesn't get staggered there. He actually didn't get staggered there at all. I thought for sure he would have gotten staggered. So nice when you have the fucking thing on, actually. The little lantern. And it's just a wee bit more lighting, which isn't much, but it works so nicely. Alright. How the fuck did I dodge that? Man just went like full anime mode. How did I stagger him so easily last time? That's what I want to know. Man, the auto heal is nice. I'm not sure if I'm full HP by the time the fight begins, but it feels like I'm full HP by the time the fight begins. He's not getting staggered! What the fuck? What if I just accidentally parried him last time or something? That'd be awkward. Alright, he's angry. He's in the second phase now. Cool. Cool.
Stained by my curse, such cannot bear. Thy part in this shall not be forgiven. Curse, very
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. That's what that was. That was an oh fuck moment. I was not ready for that. I can tell you that much. That was kind of insane. Yeah, I'm full HP to start the round. I just wish he used his hammer all the time. If he used his hammer all the time, it'd be so much easier. But no, this guy has to be fucking fancy and use daggers and other stuff. How rude. Okay, we're running. Say this lasts for a minute, so maybe we can make it work in a minute. Did that go after me? Or was I just unlucky in its path? Because I don't know. I don't really know how that casting works. I know there's a area effect around him. I know it goes out a little bit further. But is it like 4 cardinal directions type of deal? Because that one hit me, and then I was fucked. That was a lot better though. That was a lot better. We got him down to like 35% maybe. Dude just kept comboing, man. He's like, I'm not stopping this combo. We're going in. We are going in. That's what he said. Oh, I was so close that one time, though. I mean, I wasn't that close. I got caught. I wasn't that close. But it definitely felt like it could have been really close. These delayed attacks! Oh my fucking god. The game idolizes delayed attacks. And one wrong move on my part and I'm fucking dead. That is what makes it so fun though. For me at least. Fucking close ass matches. I like really knowing what I'm doing. Alright. I could have sworn I was gonna roll there, but the delays are fucking with my timing. That's actually literally what it is. They're so good with implementing delays into their game that I cannot get the timing down. Maybe the extra HP could help, honestly, instead of the charge attack boost, because I'm not really using the charge attack. I don't think it works anyways.
These foolish ambitions to rest.
I rolled way too early there. But I could have sworn I could have used the hitbox. I can't? I was just rolling it that well? Oh my god. I'm trolling. I'm trolling. Alright. I'm gonna get rid of the charge attack. I'm gonna see if I can still stagger him the same amount of hits. If I can, then it's pointless for me to really run it. Where's defense when HP is at max? That sounds kind of nice, actually. It's like a wee bit tankier. And then maybe I can do some damage. I think I did just get unlucky earlier. How is he not getting staggered though? Does it actually help? Does that count as a charge attack? Fuck. I need to know. Or was I just not attacking fast enough? That's also a possibility that I wasn't attacking fast enough and I was out of the attack range. Or the poise. I wasn't breaking his poise fast enough. I guess I did the R1 actually earlier. The whoa instead of the R2, because I think the R2 is what really builds up the stagger. The R1 I have to do for safety reasons. Like I can dodge right after an R1 faster than I can dodge right after an R2. So maybe it doesn't build up as much poise. We'll see. I want to get a proper stagger on him. Then I'll be able to really know. Really? Really? I'm not staggering him. Really? Really? No, I don't believe it. Really? Really? No. No. No way. That was a really good run, and not a single stagger. Awkward start. I think I just got hit or something. I don't remember what happened there. I just got hit and then I couldn't process properly. But let me... I just need to see how much it takes to stagger him. I need to go really fucking aggro. That's all. I just need to go super fucking aggro. And if I can, maybe it'll work out. But it's so hard to tell because I haven't been able to. And I've brought him down below 50%. Maybe I just have to be even more aggro. I don't know. I'm actually not staggering him. Like, actually. Interesting. Hold up. Drop this. Let me look this up. I want to look it up real quick. Elden Ring, Moonlight, or Moonveil, Katana, Charge, Axe, Talisman. need to figure this out. Do charge attacks work on wound? I mean, I guess we have to test it ourselves and implement that, right? Because how else are we gonna know? Because when I had that, I was staggering like crazy. And I'm gonna go for the defense over the attack options here to make me slightly tanky enough to survive. Which has been working quite well. Multiple HP. Let's see. Yeah, that defense is actually so nice. It makes me lose, I think, 60% instead of 100%. That's a really good talisman. That's really nice, actually. I need to focus though. We need to get the stagger. We need to get the stagger. We need to get it. I need to see if it. Now, if I get it pretty easily, I'll know. I'll know it actually does count, which would be interesting. I remember the animation now. When he does the stomp, he's actually doing the spin attack. I remember the animation now. I knew what that attack was. I still got baited by it, but I see it. We gotta keep that in mind next time. But either way, I just gotta stagger him. I just want to stagger him once to know I'm not crazy, that it wasn't just some fluke. Because I know I've done it. But maybe it's because I don't have the double charge enhancements. I don't know if that's actually how that works or not. I don't know how charge attack enhancement works. There we go. Got my thing. Work there, but why is the idea. Wait, that's a grab? Oh, I'm dead for sure. Any grab I get hit by it is an instant kill. What is that? That is... We got it to 25%. That was 25%, baby. That was 25%. But we did stagger him, so I'm pretty sure it does count. It has to count, I think. Like... It has to. It makes sense now. It's just kind of weird that it requires so much. just for me to be able to properly stagger him. I missed the second roll by like a split hair, and then I messed up my timing completely. Can I do it before 1500? Actually, you know what? Let's make a poll. I don't do this enough. For anyone who's here, will Hitsu kill the boss before 1500 deaths? Yes? Easily. Hell no. Got it. Alright. Let's see. Let's see if I can do it. I need to put the pressure on. Can mods do that? Can mods add the predict with channel points? If so, that'd be cool if they could. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if I can do it before 1500. I died. That was a quick death. Oh, the poll runs out of time? There's a timer on the poll? I see. It all makes sense. I mean, the music's pretty dope though. Okay, so I figured that attack out. It is actually just a straight line. This cardinal directions. I can roll out of that. I'm so fucking stupid. 1493. Can I do it before? We'll see. Oh, I like this defense perk though. This is a really good defense perk. I like it. And then add on the bubble drink whenever I can at some point. And I think we got something solid. For no HP at least. Come on. That's new. That's new. That's new. All right, I need to do a better job of remembering to switch after I use the Gilgamesh swords. I need to keep track of that better. But that was good. That was good. I don't know what else to say. I quite enjoyed that run. That run was a good one. Oh, good morning, Sonny. How are you doing? Ah, fuck. Come on.
Shall not be forgiven.
Oh no! No, not like this! Oh my god! God damn! I'm so scared! That hit me still? This guy's insane! I can't see! No, look at his HP! He's so low! Oh, that's so close. How are you, Hitsuga? I'm doing good. Okay, going back to the US tomorrow, though? Wait, not by yourself, is it? Are you out of visa time or something? Hello, Sunny. Wait a minute. Sunny. I'm doing pretty good. I'm having a lot of fun with this boss. This boss is kicking my... I'm trying to see if I can beat him before 14... Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm at 1496, I think. No, actually, no. That was right. I'm at 1495. I'm trolling. Oh my god. No! Fuck! No, I got this. I have this. Oh my fuck! That felt so good. That before 1500. Before 1500. Fuck yeah. I did it. Oh, that felt so good. That felt so good. Okay, sorry. No, I'm going back so I can apply for my visa so I can get married. GG. Oh, that's awesome, actually. Oh, I need to probably do that. Don't I? You don't have the right. Oh, you don't have the right. Oh my god, I fucking beat him. I fucking beat him. What? Bitch! Let me in! I feel offended. Oh, that's where the bonfire is. I was wondering where that was. Oh, shit! She's here!
Hello again, old friend.
Hello, friend.
Allow me a moment to converse with you.
Go
You
for
were
it.
unable to enter the Erd Tree, no?
Yes.
Prevented by the mantle of barbs. The thorns are impenetrable.
Exactly.
A husk of the Erd Tree's being that spurns all that exists without.
Right.
The only way to stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord is to pass the thorns. My
Ow.
purpose serves to aid in that very act. So I'd like you to undertake a new journey with me to the Flame of Ruin, far above the clouds, upon the snowy mountain tops of the giants. Then I can set the Erd Tree aflame.
She's gonna burn the Erd Tree?
Guide you down the path to becoming Elden Lord. I wish to journey to the flame then and guide you.
Okay. Kinda cool. Kinda dope. I'll take that. Oh, that only goes up 1 now. But my strength goes up for 3 for that one. Dexterity goes up 1 each. Intelligence goes up 3 as well. That one's 4 now. No, I didn't show it to Sophia. Do you want me to? I'm pure, wholesome, and innocent. Yeah, we know you're not. So we know you're not. Which one was I supposed to go to? That's the Queen's Bedchambers. I don't remember which one it was. It wasn't that one. Was it this one? I think it's the Divine Bridge. Mm-hmm. But when is your flight, Sonny? Are you flying on Saturday or Friday? Oh, this guy's dead. Oh. Let's see. Saturday. Hopefully it's fun. It's tightly blocked shut. That's not the way. I know there's something that like I could totally do and I just don't know what it is. Let's go to Volcano Manor again. We're going up to London today though. Ooh. Oh. How long is it gonna be for you guys can see each other again? You know?
Look at you. I knew you'd take this. A special invitation to if you should accept.
Letter to Bernal. Inventory. My name is Bernal. Berthold. What? Where's key items? Am I trolling? There it is. Discussing the name of 2 tarnished to be hunted. Vargram the Raging Wolf. Arant's Sorcerer Wilhelm. Am I about to be a murderer? Does an NPC Slayer exist within me still? There's one. Found one of them. Like 6 months. Ugh. Good luck, Sonny. The wait is always awful. To be honest with you. But we both know that. We got into this long distance relationship thingy. It is the weight we carry. Most unfortunate that you will now die, my friend. I'm gonna try to backstab him. Oh! Got him. And I shall go back to Volcano Manor. I feel bad for that. Technically, those characters are supposed to be just regular humans like us, living their lives straying. And I basically just murdered them, assassinated them. They're just trying to find their way in the world to do something. I don't remember what exactly, but they're doing it.
Ah, I have the reward. Take it.
No
Let us
mercenary.
tread the path till we reach them. You're still a... Well...
Alright, well, that's that. Is there anything I should do? Isn't there stuff around here? Oh, sure. If you want to come hang out, you can go get ice cream. There's a spot I like a lot for ice cream that I always say whenever if anyone ever wants to come hang out. That's the spot. Because I like it. Ice cream is good. Oh, he missed. Ha, nerd. Kind of crazy that they still do so much damage to me. What up, Tally? How you doing? Wait, didn't you send me something today, Tally? I think I was working out while you sent me something, and I just remembered. I don't know if that was a fever dream or not, though. Been lurking? Well, I hope you've been enjoying your lurk. Oh, question! Actually, I had a question earlier for any mod that might have been there. Can you guys start predictions up on yourself? Out of curiosity. I was curious about that. Fucking damage that I do, man. Damn! I do some damage now. Cool. I'm a mod. You basically are. You basically are, Sonny. Let's be honest here. I remember there being a location underneath that had fire and stuff. I'm not sure if I was ever able to get there. Ha ha ha, I get it. I wanna go here to the hero's grave. That's number one. Okay, yeah, I wanna go to the hero's grave. How do I get there? Oh my god. I get it. I get it. This is terrible. How's that, Hitsu? Predicted channel points? I'll have this. Oh, that's cool. I'm just trying to find the secret spots I might have ignored or missed. I get it. I get it. I see. So yeah, mods can actually do that. That's pretty cool. Any mod who votes cannot end the prediction. Oh. So if I was ever like, do you guys think I could beat this boss before 10,000 deaths or something? That's a legitimate thing. Oh, I'm gonna ship that. That is what I want. How the fuck do I get up there? The game is besting me. Yet again. I mean... fucking loves it, yeah. Oh no, that's some bullshit. We know that's some bullshit. I got poisoned anyways. 1K goes to Sunny. Oh shit. I'm being debated. Alright, the first step, go backwards. First step, go backwards. Okay. I just want to explore some spots I haven't been to. Because I'm pretty sure I saw that poison, and I was like, you know what? Fuck no. I'm not dealing with that poison. Which, to be fair, is quite understandable. Fuck poison. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm gonna get some sleep soon. Let me hit this bonfire first. I want to do the pod. I'm really tired. I should be asleep already, but luckily tomorrow I don't have to take my sister to the internship because she got her enough hours for the day, which is pretty cool. I'm happy for her. So I'm gonna. I did no damage. Oh, dude, that dude scared the fuck out of me. The question is, have I been here? And I want to say the answer is no. I don't think I have. Truthfully. I could have definitely made it. Fuck. Oh, I have been here. Fuck! I'm trolling. I thought I haven't because there's an item I saw that I didn't pick up. But I guess I have been. Brothers, you better from the arc that went down years ago. But they're still being sussy baka. Tell me. Why is there a telescope on the map around these parts? Where?
You? Yeah, you there. Stop pretending you can't see me.
Where the fuck are you?
Why won't anyone look me in the eye? I'm not that ugly, am I?
Where are you? What?
Oi! You there? Could you help us out, Cully?
What?
You? Yeah, you there? Stop pretending you can't see me.
Do I have to use my binoculars?
Why won't anyone look me in the eye? I'm not that ugly, am I? Oi! What'd you go and do that for? Oh, yes.
Nice.
I remember. Some clod turned me into a tree. You were just breaking the spell, weren't you? Thank you. The name's Bok.
Hello,
I
Bok.
was pushed out of the cave. Told not to come back.
Conan Exiles, huh?
Not ever. Then I ended up as a tree. Lucky you came along, really. Oh, when they threw... So this is all I hope...
The
Or
mushroom.
I could sneak, then I'd... Right, I'm... Right,
Well, take care then, fella. That's a sweet little meat. Both. What's this? Limgrave tunnels. So I definitely haven't been here. Ooh. What the odds I die here? Knowing me, hi. I always find a way. These guys are weak though, seems like. So I was supposed to find the spot very early on. I never did. I'm curious if there's like a boss here though. There we go. Take me down, sir. Well, that looks pretty special. I want to see what that was. Getting a rush from beating games? I mean, that's not weird. That's what games do. I don't think. That's weird. Glintstone scrap. Remember the co-op games with too much socialization causes me to shut down contact that happened recently? Oh, yeah, really? That's unfortunate. I'm sorry. Hopefully it's not as frequent anymore or anything like that. There we go. Okay, just want to make sure I didn't miss anything there. Thought I did for a second. So there is a boss fight here. Can't tell what it is exactly yet. Stone digger troll. That's new. Cool. I was gonna troll. Wasn't expecting that to be so effective, but it was. I got a roar medallion, whatever that means. Enhances roar and breath attacks. That's not cool. So I got that. Let's see what this thing is. Am I able to travel there? From here, maybe. Two places I want to go, and then I'm gonna call it. I'm really tired. One is this way. Have I ever been on this beach? I don't think I have. It's a cool little beach. So far hasn't been as bad as that one time I stopped all contact for a whole year. Well, that's good. That's not as bad. That was spooky stressful. Fluffy boy, come here. That'll teach you to mess with me. How do I get there? It won't let me because I'm in battle. I'm glad it hasn't been happening too often, though. Apparently. That's honestly much better than anything else I could possibly want or hope for. Want? You know what I mean. I'm tired, so my vocabulary is kind of jank. But you know what I mean. My speeches be slurred as hell when I'm tired. My sleep schedule is fixed. I've been waking up at 9 and stuff. Tomorrow I'm gonna sleep in a little bit because I don't have to take my sister. stop here soon. One spawn. Bloodhound Knight Daryl. Great battle. Didn't even get a chance. Did I get anything out of that? Did he drop something? All I saw were souls, but I'm not sure if he dropped anything. Yeah, whatever he is, he's dead. Dead. Whoops. There's a little pathway here. Apparently. Interesting. It's a proper passageway. Oh my fuck. Okay, hold up. Fuck. Okay. That was quite a ways away. Where's my damn souls? This way? I think my family turned on the heater before they went to bed, but like it's still really hot here, so I'm sweating. That combined with like the PC temperatures rising, the temperature in my room. Nice sudden stop. Okay, that's fine. I kind of remember the pathway there. I just gotta find the better pathway there, because apparently that's too deep a fall for my horse. My bad. This mystical steed has been able to survive far worse, yet that somehow was too much. Honestly, my bad, completely, no doubt. Good night. Actually, there's a chest here. If I fucking lose. Fuck! I just lost all those runes. I had like 30-something thousand. What the fuck? Where is this? Why did I get a thing here? Whatever. I actually lost all my souls. Yeah, dickheads. Stop throwing shit at me. The downside of not leveling up your HP is that literally everything and their mothers can kill you if they wanted to. Lost my souls, so there must be a boss fight up here or something. I'm not seeing anything. There's a statue of Maritica, whatever. I don't see anything here. Maybe it's further in. passageway I saw, right? And there's a little bonfire here. Oh wait, that's actually a pathway to somewhere. They're saying wait, is there an entire section of the map I haven't explored yet? Oh my god. There's no shot. The arrow is pointing straight this way. There's actually no shot. I mean, there is a lot of shots. And this is one of them. A very possible shot. Not the damn thing. Smithing stone. Weeping Peninsula. There's no way, right? There's no way I missed an entire section, right? There's actually no way, right?
Hello? Might I bend your ear for a moment? My name is Arena. I've escaped from Castle Moor.
There's no way, right?
The servants there have rebelled. I can't be sure what it is. My eyesight's been weak since birth, you see. But I swear I heard frightful howling from all over. My good father secreted me out the castle, but decided himself to stay. He says it's his duty. As commander. The servants are full wrath. They've since come for every one of the companions. I fear it's no different at Please. Would you mind taking a letter? My soul wishes that he escape, please. Thank you. Then please, deliver it to my father.
Yeah, sure. This can be our mission tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday, right? Or I guess it's Friday right now. Rather. Yeah, then I think I'm streaming tomorrow as well. I think. And we're gonna be going through this area that I somehow missed. I mean, it's cool that I found a new spot though. That kind of makes me happy. But it's kind of surprising. Though I know I'm definitely over leveled for this. So, that much is for sure. How the fuck did I miss an entire section of the map like this though? That's what I'm shocked about. That's what really surprises me. They're just drinking water. I won't bother you guys. I just need this castle to make sure I'm going the right way. Is that it? Wherever that is. Is that the castle? Oh, God. This is an entirely new section. Shut up. Like, it's not even like a small section. It's like a proper area. That's what's surprising to me. I missed out on this much somehow. Cool. Very cool. Leading me somewhere? Yeah, go get some sleep. I'm just wasting time, to be frank. Neat. Praise the old cogger. That's funny. Earth Boar Cave. Okay. Yeah, my eyes are. You see, my eyes are twitching. I'm feeling it. I really somehow just found a spot though, didn't I? Crazy. Not exactly how I wanted that to play out. What happened? Good luck, Hitsu, Sunny. Take care. You sleep well, Tally. Thank you for hanging out with me. It's nice to see your face, honestly. It's nice to see people's faces again. Don't want to though. That's a mood. Ooh. Got him. Was it kind of rough? Kind of was. Boost magical damage negation. Ah, is that why he's so tanky? Or is that why he was so tanky? Pickled turtleneck. My favorite. The old cod. Swimming pool is not functional. Is there anything else here though? Worthwhile? Actually? I just went down. I can't see shit. I think that's it, because we were here earlier, pretty sure. Oh. Alright, with that, I need to get me some sleep. So, Sunny, you have a wonderful day, okay? You tell Jack I said hello. You give him the proper care and love. You give your betrothed. Is it betrothed? I don't fucking know. But you spend a wonderful day with him, okay? Tell me all about it when I wake up. And with that, fucking just TP. I'ma quit. Raid someone. Anyone we can raid? Anyone we know? The Weeping Peninsula. How the fuck did I just not see this entire area? Well, at least it's not hard. I took my headset off. I still need to listen to what's going on. All right, let me see you streaming real quick, and then we can give someone a raid. I mean, we can rate. We'll rate Tiffany. Yeah, I think we'll rate Tiffany. She's doing the first playthrough of Final Fantasy 15, and it's a different. I'm tired. You guys probably already know her, but if you guys are coming with the raid, just come by real quick and just say hello. You know, just wish them love, all that fun, peace, and joy, all that typical stuff that you would give them, you know. Anywho, I'll see you guys later. Good night. Oh, she updated her panels. That's pretty cool. Good night, everyone. Have a wonderful day. Take care. I'll see you guys. I'm just gonna hit raid now. I'm really tired. So, I love you guys. Bye-bye.